This is the Big O Show. 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 This.
So here we are. I wanted to show you the backyard again because we had some trouble last time, but you know, cuttersedgepro.com does some amazing stuff, and they're the boys and the girl. They're having fun. There we go. Right, Maiden? Right, Bono? There we go. They're having fun. I'm having fun. Look at our Sylvester palm. It is beautiful. We got another one in the front yard like that. You can take your home and landscaping to the next level. And the artificial turf, look at that. Look at that. The two dinosaurs going at it, huh? Look at that. Gotta love the dinosaurs. Look at them. They like to bite each other's legs. That's what they do. They play with each other and then they bite each other and they piss each other off. It's fun. One is Bono, which is the one farther away from you, and Maiden. She's the girl right here. She's a badass. That's for sure. So anyway, see the flowers are coming out. Very nice. cuttersedgepro.com, folks. This big tree there will start budding that I'm showing you there soon. It'll have all kinds of flowers. I'll post another video and I'll show it to you. This is a backyard where everybody gets to hang out. Over there in that corner there, I put the barbecue and cook. So that way it's the farthest away from the house, you know. If I light myself on fire or somebody else, we're out in the corner away from everybody. There you go. See, getting some flowers coming out, which is a beautiful thing. And I swear by this artificial turf, it always looks phenomenal. I don't have to cut it. I don't have to water it. And so I'm saving a lot of money, hundreds and thousands in the long run, because I'm not watering or, of course, cutting the grass. And you know, here in South Florida, we cut the grass like every 10 to 14 days.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Radio Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated. They offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayum is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayum, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayum can help.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Okay, good morning, boys and girls. Hope you're hanging in there, because it's been kind of rough the last couple of days with the Dolphins losing out, watching everybody else advance. Not fun. We had the Heat last night, so that's good. The Wade retirement. You see, is that better? Did I get the glare off? There, let's see. That's a little better. There you go. Now you see the shield. We got the Heat last night, obviously, with the honoring of Wade and the Hall of Fame and the statue. That was good to get, at least. Got Cam Ward over the weekend. That's good to get. By the way, we're going to have Jamie Vinnick. He's a Washington State Cougar insider. He covers the Cougs, and he covers Cam Ward the last couple of years. So for you Canes fans, we'll get you a little insight on the newest quarterback for your Canes, because I don't think there's a competition anymore. I think it's Cam Ward's job, and then everybody else is now competing. The Albany kid and everybody else is competing for number 2, probably, is what's going to happen. But we'll talk to Jamie Vinnick. Daniel Yafusi is going to join us fresh from the locker rooms and the reaction from the players and the coach and all the stuff that they're going to say today. And
all that good stuff. So we'll see. And I don't know, Sean, if any of those press conferences are out there when they start. If anything we can pass on, maybe we'll get that. It's still rough. Oh, I'm disgusted with our Dolphins. Well, Horn Dog, you should be incredibly disgusted with your Dolphins. That's just the way it should be. You should be very pissed off at them. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason for you to be happy with the Miami Dolphins. Okay. Crypto market got a heck of a dip here with Bitcoin in the 42,000 range. It's been going from 42.1 to like it was just at 42.6 or 7. You know, now it's back down to 42.2. So had a nice dip. Take advantage. And we'll tell you what's going on with that dip, which it's mathematics. That's all it is. And eventually the math is this way where the scales are unbalanced, and then it'll get unbalanced again the other way in a positive way. And I'll explain that too. So we've got a bunch of things to talk about here on the show. Little music, a little birthdays like we always do. Got all of that. I don't know how many of you went to the Tesla concert yesterday. I did not myself, unfortunately. I actually missed the concert yesterday. Actually, I had a good time yesterday. I went out with the wife and the daughter, and we went to go play some video games and eat some food and stuff. So it was actually cool. It was actually fun to go out and play a little video games. The only positive out of the Dolphins out now is that I get more of a life now. You know what I mean? It was I didn't even, although I didn't have to watch that what was it the Packers Dallas game is I missed pretty much most of that game. Saw the highlights after and all that stuff. But I wasn't missing much because it was a blowout right from the get-go. So I was out. When I got home, I was able to watch the Lions and the Rams, which actually was a really good game. That was a fun game to watch. And by the way, I'm super happy for Lions fans. Like really, really, really happy with the Lions, for the Lions fans. I don't trust that team necessarily because I don't trust their defense, to be quite honest. But I want them to succeed because those fans have suffered since like 1950. You know, nobody has suffered. I know that now we own the longest playoff drought win. Now that the Lions snapped theirs, I understand all of that shit. To me, I don't need that stuff already. I'm already pissed off at the Dolphins every year for them coming up short anyways, as it is. But I was really happy for the Lions fans, because they have truly suffered like no one has suffered. You know what I mean? Browns fans also, those people have not had any kind of modern day success, whatsoever. So they kind of need, not that I think Detroit is going to win a title, but then again, Dan Campbell's already doing things I didn't expect him to do. So let's, it's all good. He's already proven me wrong as it is. We'll see how it continues, overall. Remember, as always, you can support the show by visiting our amazing sponsors like Welt and Rayom, who have offices in Hollywood and, of course, also an office in the Keys. You can visit our terrific sponsors like Sloman's Home Shield right there, 1-800-ALARM-ME, or since it is winter, you can call my guys and ladies at Sloman's Home Shield and tell them, hey, I need some heating oil because it's kind of cold here. 1-866-OIL-DEAL is the other number that you can call, 1-866-OIL-DEAL. So if we're in like 14, 15 different states. So, if you need a little heating oil, and they give you fixed rates, which is actually really good. So visit our terrific sponsors and visit, of course, us whenever we're out on the road. We're going to be at Hialeah Park on Thursday. Wednesday we'll be at Top Gun. All right, so you can visit us, and we're going to have a shooting contest on the 31st of this month at 7:00 at Top Gun Indoor Range. So please join us. We'll be out there having some fun at Top Gun. We got prizes and giveaways. Everybody that attends the event and, everybody that participates in the event will get a Big O t-shirt. Okay, so if you come on out, bring your gun. Let's have some fun. I think they might provide. I'm pretty sure they'll provide a gun or two that we will be able to also use. So you can come on out and join us, and the winner will win some prizes. So we'll have some fun with that. What do we got? And remember, you can always, another way to support us is making a donation. Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. You can also send your comments and your insults. And if you even have a compliment, question, whatever, we'll answer them also here on the program, as always. Looks like, let me see who's first. Is it Steve Chapman? Let me see. Yes, it is Steve Chapman. I still have it up here. Do a little roll call. Steve Chapman, Sperano, Philbin, Gase, Flores, McDaniel, all without previous head coaching experience. I'm done with waiting for these guys to develop. Vrabel is established. I get it, but that's not going to happen. So, you guys move on. Move on from trading the quarterback or firing the coach. That's not going to happen. So stop it with all that stuff. Just move on already. I've already told you this the last time that I was on. It's not going to happen. They're not firing anybody. They're not trading. Changes do need to be made, but not necessarily in the sense that you guys think that they're going to fire or sign somebody. So move on from that already. It's not going to happen. Okay? Not going to happen. Joseph says, I don't like the comment from Tua saying that he feels no. Oh, I already told you about that, Joseph, before. He's supposed to say that in public. He's not supposed to say that. He should be feeling some pressure because he has things to accomplish himself. He didn't have a good year. Let's see. Thank you, Tony Montana. Appreciate you. Willie is in the house. Thank you, Willie. Appreciate you. Jamie Zoria out in San Jose. Hoping everybody's doing well. Green Bay looked good. Remember to smash the like button. Let's see. Sneak attack. Good morning. My biggest hope this offseason is that Chris Greer finds the Dr. Seuss playbook that McDaniel has been using and rips up the pages with the freaking stupid Tyreek screenplay. Yep. Yeah, we'll get into it now. Aaron Hernandez, Leyva is in. Yes, it is true that Tua asked for Mahomes' jersey, but he had already committed it to Tyreek. So he's going to send them another jersey. I mean, that's the the shit that they do nowadays with switching jerseys and all that kind of crap. And you admire a player, you ask for the jersey and all that. They do all that kind of stuff. I personally, I'm old school, so I think old school. I wouldn't want my opponent's jersey. You know what I mean? So I would, it would be one of those things that now I don't know what I would do if I was the other person. Right? Like if I was the one that you asked for my jersey, I would probably give it to you and then you give me yours, but I really wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't tell you, but I'd walk away like I don't care about this. You know what I mean? So I don't know. For me, it's not a thing, but I know that they do that nowadays or whatever. And so it's where soccer has influenced, that sport, just like soccer influenced flopping in American sports. It's kind of the same shit. Kind of like soccer has influenced our show. We don't really take commercial breaks, maybe at the top of the hour. Sometimes at the bottom of the hour, I might take a 1 or 2 minute break because I got to rest my voice because we actually do real sports talk here. We do real talk here. Like we don't do 8-minute segments and then an 8-minute commercial break. That's what you get on bullshit radio. We don't do that here. You know what I'm saying? So, we have this, and that's our permanent commercials. You know what I mean? Slowmans, you're watching it right now.
while I'm talking. That's kind of the way you want to do things. You got to change with times. But I would not ask. That's me, but that's how it is nowadays. They do that bullshit. Whatever, bro. It is what it is. Let's see. Mark Gallagher says, I saw Lions fans celebrating and crying in the stands and couldn't help feel that I could have finally been the scene for us at Hard Rock decades. It's sad and infuriating all at once. Exactly. You're right. But I did feel good for Lions fans, dude. They deserve this. Lions fans deserve it. Browns fans deserve it. You deserve it. Some Falcons fans, like they haven't won one either. Let's see. J-Town, thank you, sir. Don't forget to hit the like. Smash the hell out of the like button. It's very important you smash the like button, man. It gets the algorithms going and more Inter Miami fans, Canes fans, Dolphins fans, Marlins fans, Panther fans, sports fans, Bitcoin, crypto people. More people will find the show. So please make sure you hit the hell out of that like button because it gets it going. And always hit the notification bell because then that way you know exactly when we go on live. If we go on live for a special show, breaking news, whatever, or the morning show and you forget that it's 10 o'clock and we're on and the notification bell will remind you that we're on. So there you go. Brandon Flood is here. He hit the like, log off. I'm not in the mood for Fins talk yet. Have a good day, y'all. Sports media, Tua holding the team back. McDaniel ain't out there playing QB. Yeah. We'll talk about that. Obviously, a lot of you need an education. Good morning, Big O and Sean from Pennsylvania, where it's 3 degrees on my way to work this morning. Jesus, I don't envy you in any way possible. I disagree to an extent. Tua has some blame on that collapse. It's on Tua and Mike McDaniel. Yeah. Alexis is in. John Padilla, man of 1,005 holes. Nizzle, J-Town, Rocco. Let's see. Lofi is in. Brandon Flood, Vishel, it's always, Willie's in, Fins, Attic Fury. The narrative is nonsense. Is it on Tua? McDaniel got the most he could out of him. 2 head coaches now. The common denominator is Tua. I understand there's, like a lot of frustrations out there. And there's also a lot of not really understanding what's going on. And Tua's got a winning record with all 3 coaches he's been with. He won with Saban and won a national title. He won with Flo, even though Flo hated him and didn't want to play him. And yet he still won more than he lost. He still threw more touchdowns than interceptions. And he didn't have what's around him. What he needed, he didn't have around him with Flo. And yet he still won. Still did some stuff that was pretty amazing, like the comeback with the Ravens coming off the bench in a week where he didn't practice. With Mike McDaniel, he's put up some amazing numbers. He's had some amazing performances too at the same time, and he's won. Also, you know what I mean? So it's not like he's done enough both years to get you to the playoffs, right? Because he won the 8 out of the 9 games. It took him a struggle to get that 9th game because he was out. And they were able to eke out that one, but they easily would have gone into the playoffs if he was healthy for those games. Obviously, look at it now. You're easily in the playoffs. So was it the finish that you wanted? No, it wasn't. Of course not. But there are reasons why things are going on. And so, I want to explain because there's some narratives going on. And look, man, I'm not here to convince you. And pardon my French, if you have the kids in the room, earmuffs if you want. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you agree or you don't agree or you want to jump on this reasoning or not, or if you want to understand what I'm about to explain to you, I don't give a fuck. Are we clear on that? Okay? So I'm not here to convince you. If you're not convinced, too bad. That's it. You don't like it? Too bad. You want to get out like, oh, I can't be a Dolphins fan. Bro, then haul ass. Haul ass, dude. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Haul ass, dude. You're just as soft as the Dolphins are. Haul ass. Okay? I get it. I'm pissed too. Sucks. Sucks to end this way. It sucks to watch Tua play bad. It sucks to watch the way McDaniel has completely pissed away 2 seasons already. Yes, all of this sucks. A lot of it sucks. But what's it going to do? Stop me from being a Dolphins fan? No, dude. You know what I mean? And by the way, it's pretty hard for us older fans because we saw the good times. And, all we watch are bad times every year. It's kind of hard. You young people, it's really hard on you, but that's all you know. Like, you don't have a taste of goodness. I do. I have lots of slices of goodness and greatness in my history. So it's hard to like watch this and then, and so then but it's also hard to watch fans and then dumbass media influence fans, and fans are easy influenced by things that aren't really logical. They're illogical, and then they just run with it. You know what I mean? The Jordan Love thing is the latest thing that they're running with it, but they really don't understand what's really going on. And so, the history of football, it's interesting. I've told you guys many times, being 57 years old sucks. Okay? As you get older, it sucks. Your body falls apart. You're not the same person. You can't do the things you used to do. There's lots of things that go on. You're taking a lot more medicine than you used to. There's all kinds of things going on that you don't like. Okay? But there is one thing that you do end up picking up is experience and perspective along the way. So when the life is like a circle, and it just comes around and goes around and comes around and goes around, and one fad will leave and the fad will come back again, at one point or another. And it happens in fashion, it happens in life, and something that's bell-bottom jeans were fashionable back in the 60s, and then they were fashionable again, in the 80s or late 70s, and then they were fashionable again lately now that you could use some bell-bottoms, right? Or whatever, different things come and go, right? So you get to experience stuff. And you get to watch things, and sometimes for fans, the experience was right in your face, and you didn't understand, you didn't pick up on it, and you talked about it, but now you put it back in your memory bank, and you left it there, and you forgot all about it. Okay, like an Omar Kelly memory, you forgot all about it. So let's talk about some things that I've witnessed in my history. I watched a guy by the name of Steve Young go to Tampa Bay and look completely lost and discombobulated. And then he goes to San Francisco and he plays the way he was playing. What was it? The LA Express, right? Was Steve Young was LA Express? I think it was, where he was a good, hell of a BYU player, hell of an LA Express player, terrible Tampa Bay player, and then a hell of a player at San Francisco, right? So the common denominator is you didn't have the right people in Tampa to actually help the man succeed. Dan Marino. Now, I'm not comparing quarterbacks. I'm just comparing situations. Okay? So it's amazing. This happened to you. Those of you that are old enough. You watch Dan Marino with Shula, right? Unleash the Kraken and put up all kinds of yards and points and all kinds of. Then came Jimmy Johnson. Did Jimmy Johnson handle it the right way? because I rip Jimmy. I'm pretty consistent about this kind of stuff. Now and then, 25 years ago, doing radio, I ripped Jimmy Johnson for taking away Irving Fryer. This is Dan Marino that I'm talking about. For taking Irving Fryer away and taking Kirby and Byers and taking away the audibles. You know, Marino could change the play to anything he wanted in the playbook with Don Shula. Anything. Okay? Was Don Shula going to always agree with everything Marino did? No. But he trusted him because he was the guy that was on the field experiencing what was going on. There was different football then. There was a different level of trust with quarterback and coach. That doesn't exist now because they're all paranoid for their jobs. But my point is, the Marino you saw with Shula was way better than the Marino you saw with Jimmy because it was Jimmy's fault. Jared Goff, you just watched him last night. You just watched him for the last couple of seasons develop into a pretty damn good quarterback overall, play better than he ever played with his former team. And he had success with his former team. But how did they manage Jared Goff in that? It was almost like they managed him like, hey, kid, don't screw it up. Whereas with the Lions, it could be third down, and, brother, they will go for a big throw at a big moment, and he makes them. So it depends on who's running your offense and what you're doing. Case in point. You guys love now Jordan Love, right? You want yourself some Jordan Love, don't you? So Jordan Love last night obviously took care of business. And last night he threw 3 touchdowns. He looked good, by the way. He's played well this year. Okay? I'm not going to take anything away. I like Jordan Love coming out of college. The argument for Jordan Love was taking him early, and I said I would never take him early. I would take him late first round or second round, if anybody remembers this. Why? Because he's a project. He's still too raw. And he had the beauty of being able to sit for 3 years to learn and watch. That's awesome. And then you watch last night. He's 16 of 21 for 272 and 3 touchdowns. Did you know that they ran the ball 33 times for 143 yards? And 3 touchdowns, by the way, right? A couple touchdowns. No, 3. I think it was 3. So they ran the ball 33 times. Tua against Kansas City threw 39 passes. In the worst conditions, this guy's throwing 21 passes in a dome. In perfect conditions, they're running it 33 times. In perfect conditions, Miami runs it 18 times. And I know they fell behind, but that has nothing to do with certain drives that were working with the run. And I showed it to you. Like that one drive where Mostert gets 8, 3, 4, and 6 yards. And you get to 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, and he calls the 2 pass plays. Like, stupid shit. Kaylee Hartung, he tells at halftime, well, we got to sustain drives so the defense not out there. We got to commit more to the run. On the first drive, 2 out of 3 passes. Incompletes, and the only one that was positive was 1 run for Mostert for 5 yards. So what he tells you, me, the public, he does completely the opposite. He doesn't really support his quarterback, right? So last couple of weeks, Jordan Love, they beat the Bears 17-9, 27 of 32. They also ran the ball 27 times for 124 yards. The completions matched the attempts in running. They beat Minnesota 33-10, 24 of 33 for 256 and 3 touchdowns, 39 rushes, 177 yards. Way more runs than completions. They beat Carolina 33-30, 17 of 28, 219, 2 touchdowns for Jordan Love. They ran the ball 34 times, 162 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Losses to Tampa Bay, 34-20, They made Jordan Love throw the ball 29 of 39 for 284, and they ran the ball 17 times for 60 yards. The run game didn't work, and they lost. They lose to the Giants 24-22. In that game, he was 24 of 39, nearly 40 passes, 218, a touchdown, and interception. And they ran the ball 25 times, 123, one touchdown. Reasonable, but not really successful. And they didn't run more than they threw. They threw 39-25. Comprende, compadre? And I could go through some of the other games with losses. Sometimes there are games where I'll give you one on a loss where on a win. Let me do it in a win. That's where it matters. They beat the Raiders 27-27, right? 23-20. He threw 27 of 40 in that game, 322, and they ran the ball 28 for only 102. So it happened a couple times where, right? But my point is that if you watch the last 5 weeks down the stretch where they won 3 of 5, and then you watch the playoff game, it is run a responsible way. They are committed to the run to support the quarterback. So they don't want him throwing 40 times a game. They want him throwing in the 20s, completing high teens to low 20s. They don't need him to throw a bunch. They need to run the ball. And they can run the ball. I think Miami can too. And he abandons the run last year. He abandons the run this year. And it's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay. You guys can get up all crazy about Tua and all that. Mike McDaniel is an intelligent person who does not use common sense to run his offense. He runs the most difficult offense in the NFL, passing wise, with Tua. If you want to run this kind of an offense, then you need a Dan Marino, something Tua could never, ever be in his life. You need a wicked John Elway, gunslinger, Brett Favre type. That's not Tua's game. So that's not Drew Brees' game. Okay? That's not Peyton Manning's game. Okay? These kind of quarterbacks need play action. They need the running game. It kind of works hand in hand for them. But if you think that you could just put Tua out there to just gunsling, that's not who he is. And so Mike McDaniel is not actually using Tua the way he's supposed to use Tua. That's the real issue that's going on here. He's not running the offense in a responsible fashion. You look at it, the Buffalo game, you lose 21-14, 17 of 27, 173 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. You ran 20 times for 108 yards. You lose to Baltimore. You ran 25 times for 154, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions for Tua. The Dallas game that you won, he went 24 of 37, 293. In that game, they didn't run well. Kind of like a Jordan Love, like I told you. There are games where you're not going to run well, but the quarterback will help you out. And in that final drive, there was a lot of running, actually, to win that game because it's important. You know what I mean? The loss to Kansas City, 21 of 34, 193, a touchdown. You ran only 21 times for 117 and 1 touchdown. Now, Tyreek lost that game all by himself. Tua put a beautiful bomb to him. He dropped it, and his fumble that led to a touchdown. The loss to Philadelphia, you ran 12 times for 45 yards. Tua was 22 of 32 for 216. It's just, these are things that go on with this team that they're frustrating. Everything can't be explained. The loss to Tennessee, you ran it 31 times for 158. But, of course, it was the defense that gave up those 14 points at the end. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is Mike McDaniel is your real problem. Tua didn't play well this year, and he has to own up to that, and he has to make better decisions, And he has to stop being completely influenced by Mike McDaniel. They need to sit down with Mike McDaniel. I'm talking about Greer, Allen, McKenzie, Garfinkel, okay? They need to sit down with him and fix this. Because, again, you got to listen to me, because you fanatics out there, you don't listen to me, okay? At no point have I ever said to fire Mike McDaniel. At no point. But I am saying you got to fix this. And whether Frank Smith becomes the play caller, whether there's an understanding that this year you've got to change, Mike, okay? And you got to cut up the film, and you got to show him where's the short passing game. And by the way, there's a lazy, and this happens all over the place. Oh, others aren't getting open, because I'm seeing that written and I'm seeing that talked about. Let me explain something to you. It's very disheartening to have 8 decoys and only 2 guys that are constantly getting the ball. That's just, there's no carrot dangling, dude. You're not feeding them. You're not keeping them involved in the game. It's just human nature. Now, guys are open, because I've seen it where Tua's forcing it to one guy, and if you look at the wider screen, there's other people open. So please don't tell me that others aren't getting open. They are getting open. And guess whose job is it to make sure they get open? Mike McDaniel. So let me ask you something. Are you dedicated more to the run game? No, you're not. So what would happen if you dedicated more to the run game? Might there be one less linebacker in the box? Right? I mean, might there be one more linebacker in the box and less out in coverage? Might there be a safety cheating in instead of being in coverage? Could that open it up for your passing game? Well, yes, it can, Orlando. The problem, the obvious problem, is Mike McDaniel. He doesn't know how to put his players in positions to consistently be successful. He has zero awareness of what's going on in a game. He has to become better aware of what's going on in a game. Okay? He has to win challenges. It's not about beating Buffalo once out of the next 3 or 4 games. It's about beating Buffalo on a consistent basis. It's about beating them more than they beat you. But how do you get there? You get there by coaching up a smarter game. Okay, game's over. Let me get Chubb. Let me get some of the important players out and not risk injury. No awareness whatsoever. Mike McDaniel lacks total awareness as a head coach. And that's why I told you we've reached a fork in the road. Doesn't mean to fire him. It means shit or get off the pot. And so this year becomes a pivotal year for Mike McDaniel. You don't have time. LaFleur knows how to coach. That's the difference. He knows how to develop. It's a beautiful thing that Love was able to sit and watch a Hall of Famer for 3 years. That's an advantage most young QBs don't have. Back when I was young, that was the norm, that you would come in and learn and sit down and kind of, that was cool for you. You know what I mean? But when he is playing, he has a coach that understands that I only have to put my quarterback in a position to make a couple of throws. But as a coordinator, I have to make sure that I make his life easy. Do they not run like crazy with Brock Purdy? Right? And I know that they've cheated Tua out of a playmaking tight end, because this offense is notorious for having a playmaking tight end. You have to have it. And they don't really have that, and I get that. And they've tried to defend them. They've tried to get it. But as a coach, you need to adjust, dude. You need to adjust. Jim Jensen wasn't outrunning anybody Oronde Gadsden wasn't outrunning anybody. He still got the ball. It's up to you, offensive coordinator. You're the genius, but you're too busy designing plays for two guys, not for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 guys that are on the roster that can actually catch the ball. So when you design something, design for everyone. Okay? Because believe it or not, Mike McDaniel, again, lack of awareness. Your best decoys are your best players, not the lesser players. Okay? So if they're double teaming and triple teaming Tyreek or Waddle, then math says others are open. Then you are instilling terrible habits in your quarterback. Your quarterback is not thinking for himself, and he's also, it's on Tua too. I got to blame Tua for this. But there's nobody right now more at fault for the Dolphins' failures the last 2 years. Not just this season, but last season he was a total fuck up. Mike McDaniel. Okay? Your head coach in the middle of a playoff game cannot not know what down it is. Okay? And then the following season, off a playoff game, you can't have your quarterback at the podium saying, well, you know, we don't get plays in on time, and we get no plays in on time. We can't really adjust the protections. We can't change the play because we don't have any more time. That's a great way to put your quarterback at a real advantage, Mike McDaniel. You can't get the freaking play in on time, and that's supposed to help your quarterback. That won't help Jordan Love. That won't help anybody that's there. So the huge difference that Jordan Love has over Tua is that Matt LaFleur is 100 times better on game day than Mike McDaniel is. Mike McDaniel's lovable, likable. He's a good person. He's got a great heart. He can communicate with players, all of that. But he has a problem. He's not a good offensive coordinator, and his team has no discipline. Zero discipline. They do stupid things all throughout the game. Constantly, they're doing stupid things all throughout the game. Penalties at the worst time. It's just drops, mistakes. It continues. And that's from last year and this year. He instills zero discipline on this team. That's on the coach. He's got a lot to fix. I will tell you this, while I'm not saying to fire him because I don't want the revolving door, I don't want another coach, he's got a lot to fix, but he has to fix it by the end of next year. And if he doesn't, you really have to think about making a change, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Now, I will tell you this. This is the depressing part about all of this. Okay? I don't think Mike McDaniel learns a damn thing. That's what he's proven to me for 2 years. That he wants to be a gunslinging offensive coach. He wants to take chance after chance after chance, risk after risk after risk. He refuses to play a responsible game. He refuses to make decisions that are responsible. So, to me, I don't hold a lot of hope for him to change next year because he's kind of shown me his colors for 2 straight years. You know, at least Tua, for me, he showed me incredible discipline this year that he finally learned, okay, I can't hang on to the ball. I got to get rid of it. And he did a marvelous job this year being disciplined that way. I need him next year to make better decisions on a consistent basis. And sometimes say, you're taking too long. I'm going to call a play myself. I need a win on this play. I need to be at the line of scrimmage already and I need to have my protections in place. So if I can change something, I can change. I can't wait for you at the end. Oh, you sent in a play that I don't like. I'm going with something else. He's going to have to do a little bit of that because the guy on the sidelines doesn't know what he's doing. So there's where I blame Tua. Tua has to do a little bit more thinking for himself because it's his ass on the line. You know I had to hear all the stupid shit last year from a bunch of you. Oh, Tua can't stay healthy, this, that. And now I got to hear the stupid shit from some of you out there. Oh, Tua can't win. He can't put you over the top. I don't believe any of that. I believe Tua can easily put you over the top, but you gotta coach it the right way. Every player is different. They have different skill sets, and you can't treat them the same. You can't play the game of Brett Favre with Tua Tagovailoa. You can't play the Dan Marino game with Tua Tagovailoa. That's what he wants to do. He can't do that. He doesn't have that kind of quarterback there. He has to play the Drew Brees game. He has to play the Tom Brady game. Okay? You need to mix things up. You got to have the short passing game in there. His short passing game is non-existent. Go look at Warren Sharp's scale that he puts up every year now. And Tua has the most difficult passing tree in the entire NFL, yet he's not the guy with the wicked arm. How do you do that? How do you do that? If you're not playing with Namath's arm or Marino's arm, right? Or Josh Allen's arm, and you don't want Josh Allen throwing 40 times either, because then turnovers come. You want the running game, right? Why do you think Ken Dorsey's dumbass got fired? Because he kept doing Mike McDaniel stupid shit. Great example, right in your fucking backyard. Right in your backyard, like Marino with JJ. Right in your backyard. I don't do it. What's going on? When you don't handle the player the right way, those are your results. So I just think that people don't really look at it. You just react. Oh, Jordan Love. No, dumbass. Look what's actually going on. Give Tua that offense, and he'll be fine too. He'll make all those throws and all those plays because he's got a running game. He's got a coach that knows how to call an offense. It's intelligence. McDaniel has it. He's not using it. That's all. Just not smart. And you better fix it. Let's see what we got here. I know I thought I saw a super chat. Can you bring up the super chat? I think it's gone already. So many people have chimed in because there's over 500. And thank you all out there for tuning in. Felix RKO, thank you for the love in the super chat. I hope the front office improves the offensive line so Tua can be productive next year. With that being said, don't you think that we need a QB that can scramble for yards when it's needed most? Brady has all the titles. What was he scrambling? Build the offense, dude. Build the offense. Peyton Manning wasn't running around. Neither was Drew Brees. Neither was Dan Marino. None of them were running around, dude. So Matt Stafford isn't running around. So this is narratives that get built, and then nobody really thinks for themselves, kind of like Tua. And you've got to now, you just follow. You're like sheep out there. One person repeats one stupid thing, and oh yeah, no, look at Jordan Love. Yeah, look at what's really going on. It's not the same thing. The environment that LaFleur has is superior to the environment McDaniel has created. And I'm sure players love being there because it's like a country club. Basically, you make a mistake, nobody cares. Right? I mean, you keep doing the same stupid pre-snap penalties. Nobody cares. Hey, you remember you make a mistake. F it, right, Tyreek? There's expectations they don't meet. Screw it. That's what the coach says, right? Wasn't that the quote from Hard Knocks? Loosey goosey. Yep, that's really productive here to be loosey goosey. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. You can send in your questions, comments, insults, all kinds of stuff. Question, Big O. Tua was sitting at the end of the bench to keep warm. Tua, I guess you mean. Never looked at an iPad on one time to see the place where Mahomes constantly had the iPad. So did they show him the whole time? You were watching the whole time? Because I never see that. I never that they put the camera and stay on him the entire time on the sidelines. Or was it just a flash that they looked at him and he didn't have an iPad? I'm not sure. Were you at the game? Were you on the Dolphins sideline on the game and in the stands and you were looking at it? What's the explanation? I'm not sure. By the way, Tua gets sent everything to his brain. He doesn't need to have an iPad. Let's see. The Chiefs could have won 6-0, and Tua will never get you that. Okay. Tua's been in the league for 4 or 5 years. It's 4. He has enough experience to be a difference maker. Tua isn't the guy. The realist, don't lie to these people. How could you bring Tua's name to Hall of Famers that made only play 1 year? Okay, can't Greer get an OC to call plays? Well, that might be the conversation you need to have with McDaniel. I doubt McDaniel will do it. I doubt McDaniel will give up the play calling. I'm 100% sure he's stubborn in that area. And then I'm also 100% sure, or 99, that we're going to kind of see the same dude again next year doing the same kind of stupid shit. Mateo says Michael Penix will be there for the Finns to pick. Big O, do you think the way the season ended could affect players wanting to come here in free agency? Not at all. No taxes and no pressure from the coach. It's really attractive, actually. One-Eyed Jack says, I think Fangio and the defense are taking too much heat. I agree. I thought they did enough with what they had. Some bad plays, sure, but they held KC. They picked up a bunch of people off the street. Kader Kohus cannot play in this scheme. He's not a zone guy. He's a man-on-man guy more than anything else. And so right now he has to learn how to adjust to play in a zone scheme. I hope he can do better next year, but this is going to be a really tough adjustment for Kader because he's a physical guy. He likes to get his hands on you. So zone is not something that he plays well. It's just not a thing for him. I don't know how you train for that. You know what I mean? I'm not smart enough in that area. I'd have to talk to some coaches in the offseason about that, and maybe I'll talk to some defensive guys that can give me examples of cats that struggled with zone, were strong on man, struggle with zone, and then kind of learned how to get it done. I'm gonna do a little digging, I hope, to find that kind of stuff out. But defense did more than enough. For 2 years in a row, Josh Boyer didn't cost you a bunch of games last year. In fact, he didn't cost you any games. The games, most of the time that were decided that you had a chance, it was all offense. And the offense failed against the Chiefs. Failed against the Ravens. Mike McDaniel has failed pretty much in every big moment. And by the way, beating Dallas, I think I told you earlier in the season, it's really not that big a deal. It really isn't. In the end. So, Mystery Dad says, sometimes, Big O, you just got to admit to us not to. Hey, brother, I'm not here to convince you. I don't care. I don't give a shit, bro. So I'm not here to convince you. If you don't like it, haul ass. That's all. It's pretty simple. I get it, man. You guys out there, you're fanatics. He couldn't stay, you're the same guy that said he couldn't stay healthy last year. That's all. All of you that say he can't play, you're the same people that said he couldn't stay healthy. You just change your opinions with the flow of the wind. You have nothing to stand on ever. You're flip-floppers. That's all. You get on the bandwagon one moment, and then the second there's adversity, you get right off. That's it. It's pretty simple. You're the same phony bastards. The same idiot that said he couldn't stay healthy last year is the same idiot right now that says he can't win. They won 11 games. They can win. Now, the game needs to be structured a little bit better so everybody can have success, including the running game. But that's fine. We'll agree to disagree. I told you from the beginning, I'm not here to talk you off the ledge. I don't care. You don't like Tua? That's your problem, dude. It's pretty simple. That's all. I don't care. That's it. You don't like it? End of conversation. I'm not here to convince you. People are over emotional. This team, with all their injuries, did their best. Connor Williams was missing, was massive. The skilled players missing practice for the last month killed their rhythm and flow. Connor Williams missing was bad, not massive. Another bullshit narrative out there. It's not Connor Williams missing. It's Austin Jackson missing a couple games. It's Robert Hunt missing a ton of games. It's you having a third string left guard. It's Armstead also missing. Come on, man. Let's go. Come on. It's not just that. Oh, it's your backup center playing injured. Again, silly narratives that come out and they put these stats with Connor, without. No. It's not without Connor. It's without Connor, with Eichenberg injured, third string guard. Sometimes your right tackle was out for a couple games. Your right guard was out for several games. You had different people in there. Oh, there's a game where your left tackle was out also. It's not just Connor. Laziness makes it simplistic and says, oh, it's just Connor. I love these narratives, dude. I love these narratives because it's just a load of crap, and I love shooting them down because there's no education behind it. Just like I told you with Jordan Love. Oh, Jordan Love was fantastic. No, what was fantastic is that they ran the ball 40 times, but they don't mention that. You know, it's fantastic. Yeah, no, 33 for 143 yards. He completes 16 passes, and they run the ball 33 times. Nobody mentions that. It's just there's no context to the comments. Oh, Connor Williams out. That's bullshit. That's all lies. Thank you. See, even Alarmo doesn't go for that crap because fans, you don't really think for yourselves. So if some media member says something irresponsible, like, oh, without Connor, and then they put the stats, they don't leave the whole picture. They leave the whole picture out. They leave it all down as simplistic form. Oh, without Connor, this is what happened. No, bullshit. That's not true. But you go ahead and misinform people and then let that person misinform that person and misinform that person and misinform that person. And then that's what we got. What can I tell you? Oh, man. You know, we like finding an MVP of the night. Last night, the Miami Heat got it done against the Hornets, 104-87. One of our own MVPs is William Quigley. In fact, William Quigley is everybody's MVP here in South Florida. Cutter's Edge is the best when it comes to landscaping. Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. They got like over 70 trucks. It's a monster company. It's the company that people call when they're in trouble, folks, and when they need help. But when you want to take your business to the next level, you want to take your home to the next level, and you want landscaping, I mean, done right. Artificial turf, irrigation, you name it, lighting, they do it all for you. Call my friends at Cutter's Edge Pro. Let's go with our Cutter's Edge Pro MVP of the night.
Who's last night's MVP? For your complete landscape solutions anywhere in South Florida, there's only one MVP. CuttersEdgePro.com. Here's our CuttersEdgePro.com MVP of the night.
Gotta go with Bam. Bam has done a marvelous job. He has become more aggressive offensively, which is something that I wanted from him. He is working his way there to being that dude. 24 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. His all-around game has always been exceptional. But offensively, I really like what he's doing in attacking the rim. And I think it's, playing a little closer to the rim makes him more of an efficient player. 24 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. He's our Cutter's Edge Pro MVP of the night. And let me tell you, when you want your landscaping solution, there is only one. 954-472-0622. Cutter's Edge Pro MVP of the night.
The MVP of the night is brought to you by CuttersEdgePro.com. Servicing HOAs, condominiums, townhomes, commercial properties, corporate parks, and malls throughout South Florida. CuttersEdgePro.com. Providing South Florida MVP performance every day of the year.
Thank you for the love on the super chat, sir. Very nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember, you can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. We tell you Cash App or Venmo because we get 100% of the donation there, whereas in the Super Chat, we only get 70 because YouTube is taking 30%. So thank you. Brian Diaz, thank you for the Super Chat, sir. With Jeff Wilson and Mostert, why didn't we use more power running against the Chiefs? Chiefs were ready to defend the outside run. I cannot, Brian, for the life of me, I cannot explain anything that Mike McDaniel does. Okay? From challenges to not having no awareness of where the game is at, abandoning the run on a consistent basis. I'm sorry, man. There's a lot of things that McDaniel does that I cannot figure out. I can't answer it. Alex Brown, thank you. Appreciate the super chat. So all these flaws with coach, but run it back. I mean, you're not going to change everything again, because if you change the systems again, offense and defense, it sets everything back even more. So there's a lot of good with McDaniel. He's got to kind of squeeze out the bad. And even though I don't have a lot of hope for it, because he's kind of been incredibly hard-headed for 2 years, maybe he can find a way to change. But you cannot make another change, because it would be, you then change personnel, you change schemes, players won't fit. It's a mess, dude. Then you've got to get out of contracts and dead money. And look, you're doing it already now, right? Ogba doesn't fit this system. Jerome Baker will not be in this here next year. X is gone. But X is not the system thing. And that's just a salary and age. And it's time. It was time already, to part ways. But, certain guys you're going to get rid of because they don't fit the scheme. And that's because you brought in a new defensive coordinator last year. If you bring in a new head coach, then new coordinators come. It's just that makes it even more of a setback. So you're not really bad. You're a good team. You got some pretty damn good players. You could tweak the roster and get better next year. You have flexibility. That's another thing that people say, oh, no, flex. They have they got enough that they can be flexible. That's a bunch of crap. They can do things. If they get creative, they'll be fine, and they'll be creative. But again, you got to fix the stuff. But it's it's better to try to fix what you already have that's pretty good. It's not Joe Philbin. It's not Cam Cameron bad. It's pretty damn good. So you've got to find a way to hopefully tweak it. And McDaniel is smart enough. You just hope that he picks up on it. But changing will really set you back, because you're not going to get somebody that's going to run the exact same offense and defense. It's not going to happen. They're set in their ways, and they're going to want to run what they want to run. Okay? All right, let's take a quick break. 1 hour down. Hour number 2 coming up. By the way, Daniel Oyefusi is going to join us to talk a little Dolphins. Jamie Vinnick is going to join us also, Cougars beat writer, to talk a little Cam Ward for you Canes fans. Figure we get a beat writer that covered Cam to kind of tell us a little bit about Cam Ward and what kind of player that the Canes are getting. One hell of a get, bro. I still need Mario to grow. That's, it's another guy that needs to grow up as a game day. Mario and Mike McDaniel, they are really, it's a real disadvantage sometimes having those guys on the sidelines. Let's put it that way. They need to grow up with a quickness, dude. Anyway, let's take a break. Hour number 2 is next.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welcome to Caneswear. New store, new items, same great experience. Family owned and operated since 2010, Caneswear has the latest merchandise from the Miami Hurricanes, Miami Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Inter Miami CF, and more. Come visit us at our store in Davie on University Drive, just south of 595, or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot Miami fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Radio Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated. They offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Right, hour number 2. Yes, sir. There's my man, Ronnie. Ronnie Katz is not happy. He's a huge Dolphins fan. He is definitely not happy. But Boca Jaw surgery, if you do need any surgery, my guy will definitely get it done. Boca Jaw surgery. Make sure you call him. Go to the website, bocajawsurgery.com. We'll get it done. Ronnie Katz is the man. I love the Brian Flores was right. Brian Flores wouldn't know anything on how to handle a quarterback or an offense if his life depended on it. So if they would have drafted Love here, he would have been out of the league by now, or would have been somewhere else, because he would have been a disaster, because Brian Flores couldn't find any coaches and couldn't run an offense. Plus, Jordan Love was so raw that he needed to sit down for those 3 years coming out of Fresno State, I believe it was. I know because I talked to plenty of scouts, and they were like, love the talent, but he's super raw and he needs to sit for a while. And he had the perfect scenario there. He would not have sat here for 3 years. He wouldn't have sat for one. Flores would have played him right from the get-go, and it would have been a disaster for the kid. So he would have never met his potential here because of the structure around him. And the structure is really important. I just told you about Jared Goff. Okay. Even with the Rams, he had all that talent, and the way they treated him was basically, hey, kid, don't screw it up. And now you go to Detroit, and now they have him playing like a real franchise quarterback and making big throws in big moments. You know, environment makes everything. I told you about Steve Young. You had Dan Marino here. Dan Marino under Jimmy Johnson compared to Don Shula is no comparison. And it had nothing to do with the player. It has to do with the environment. Keep trying to explain that to you guys. Flores would have not created any kind of environment for Jordan Love. Jordan Love would have failed here with Brian Flores. So by saying that Brian Flores is right, you're a moron. That's all. Because he would not have succeeded here. He would have failed here miserably, like any quarterback under Brian Flores. Because he wasn't a legitimate head coach that knew how to build an offense. So that stuff sounds just dumb. Matt LaFleur is better, way better. He's better than Mike McDaniel. So far, that apple is the better apple that fell from the tree. LaFleur has adjusted, and they did a ballsy move. They parted ways with a Hall of Famer, and they were right. Hall of Famer broke down out of football this year. All he did was run his mouth and say stupid things all year, like he normally does. And there you go. And they're in a much better place. So LaFleur has actually created a much better environment than Mike McDaniel. And he knows how to run an offense better than Mike McDaniel. I mean, it's incredibly stupid, the whole Flo thing. Like, you think Flo is going to do the same thing that happened yesterday. Come on, man. Come on. Let's go. Let's get a brain at least. I get it. You people are emotional and all that, but man. Mushroom the Fox. Thank you for the love in the super chat, sir. Stop the stupidity now. Fire McDaniel now. Seriously, season ticket holder since 70. Don't want to be the guy in the 90s in the stands like the Lions fan finally getting a home playoff win. I can guarantee you won't be. But thank you for the super chat. Let's see. I just keep having nightmares of screen passes on 3rd and 1. It's just stupidity. Stupidity. That's all.
Flo was with Brady for 15 years. He knew Tua was not a leader. Okay. Whatever. That makes zero sense, but that's all right. Hill has more yards than Tua yes. Hill has more yards with Tua than more. But that's also that's not just a Tua thing. It's the head coach that wants to, make a point. The whole 2,000-yard thing, silliness. Absolute silliness. Now that's hindsight, by the way. Now you know that was a stupid thing to go after because, look, the player's all worn down. And you put your team at a disadvantage forcing the ball to one person all the damn time. So, Big O, what players can help make us contenders next season? Well, let's find out who becomes free agency. We'll get into that. I can't start talking about that until I know who's actually really available. I don't play the hypotheticals until I know who the real free agents are. People that aren't tagged, people are definitely going to be free agents. Once we have that list, then we'll get into it. But for now, it's all hot air. Let's see. Big O, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm doing 7-on-7 all offseason and triple covering Tyreek, forcing McDaniel to put other players in positions and Tua to throw to guys not named Tyreek Hill. Whatever it is, find a way to spread the ball around, dude. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Find a way to spread the damn ball around. People are saying Brian Flores is right about Tua. He's not a good QB, but it's not Tua. It's on Mike McDaniel who called stupid ass plays. Exactly. Let's see. Anthony Campos, thank you for the love on the super chat. Thank you. Jose Big O, still don't know if we have the quarterback 4 years in. Think about that for a second. I'll take Lamar every day of the week and twice on Sundays. You will, and I will. That's fine. Again, I'm not here to convince you, bro. So if you're expecting me to try to convince you, I don't give a shit. You need to change the culture. We have a flower child coaching. Football is a violent sport. Be violent. And we have a QB that prefers to be in church rather. Well, that's Pablo. That's some stupid shit on your part. Okay. Kurt Warner wants to be in church and he was a great quarterback. Being religious has nothing to do with being successful, Pablo. Okay. So I'm not sure. Look, dude, I'm not a religious person by any stretch. I believe in the good Lord. Okay, I know that there's an ultimate being out there. Has to be, because it only explains everything that's created. So I get it, but I'm not a practicing person. Put it that way. Okay, but I respect it. I respect people that want to connect. But that has nothing to do whether you're going to be successful or not. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Pablo. The NFL is mostly black. Not sure if you know that. But, black people, black people in our country, I think probably all over the world, they happen to be, in general, pretty damn religious. Yeah. So, Reggie White, pretty religious, pretty successful. Okay. Just because you want to go to church, bro, that's like the dumbest thing I've heard out there, Pablo. And I know you're a dude that's here a lot, and I appreciate it immensely. But when you say something stupid, I'm going to call you out for it. I don't care who you are. You could be my family member. And I'm serious about that. Okay? You say something stupid, I'm going to tell you, dude, or dudette, that's stupid.
I hope you're not like that in public. Seems like you are. You know, you might want to be like that maybe with some of your best friends or something that kind of know that you're an idiot. But in public, you may want to stay away from that. Somebody that wants to be in church can't be successful, according to Pablo. Whoa. That's a first. You're going to struggle with that one in locker rooms, bro. Anyway. Big O, haven't you heard Justin Fields is going to come? Oh, yeah. Give me a break. Yeah. Anyway. Tua's beliefs helped him to overcome adversity. It won't place the ball in the hands of a receiver. His talent does that. Exactly, of course. I mean, dude, whatever. That, however you get your mojo, if you want to be religious, if you want to, what's that called? Meditate. If you want to be Joe Boo, okay? Whatever. If Serrano wants to, have Joe Boo there, then whatever it takes, dude. I'm good with that. Anyway, Big O, Mike Evans will be great for this team. They cannot pay Mike Evans, and they've got to pay Waddle, and they're paying Tyreek, dude. Come on, bro. Come on. Fanatics. I got a new thing now. You unreasonable people, I'm going to call you fanatics. Okay? Those of you that actually have an IQ, I'll call you a fan. Because that's the only way we can define it now. That's why you're fanatical, because there's no logic whatsoever. You want to sign Mike Evans, and you've got already 2 elite receivers. And you've got to sign a whole bunch of people in the offseason, like Robert Hunt. You got a safety you really need to pay. And this guy wants to add Mike Evans, knowing that the Waddle contract is right down the line. Some of you out there, man, the stuff you come up with is just absolutely crazy. So, anyway. Only issue with Tua is his arm. It may not be good enough. Lewis, you know what's not good enough? Your brain, bro. That's what's not good enough, Lewis. Your IQ. In fact, I don't know if you even have an IQ, because I'm not sure, Lewis, you have much of a brain left. Okay? That's what I would say. It's not Tua's arm. It's your brain. That's kind of the way I would lean, my man. Sorry, but it is what it is. What can I tell you? Remember, we're going to have a shooting contest January 31st on Wednesday at 7 o'clock at Top Gun Indoor Range. There's the banner for you, 12015 Southwest 114th Street. We're going to have all kinds of prizes. And I'm going to give you a Big O t-shirt if you participate in the contest. So come on out, join us. We'll have some fun. And we'll see who's the best. Who wins the Top Gun Big O Challenge? I want to do one of these every couple months. Okay? You know what? I should come up with a trophy. I don't know if I can do it for this one, but maybe that's what we'll do. We'll have some fun. We'll come up with a shooting trophy. Okay? Anybody know a trophy company out there that may want to join us for this? It's got to be somebody knows a trophy company or something out there. Reach out to us. We got a business phone number, 786-754-4664. That's our business line. So if you want to be a part of our show, sponsor one of our segments, all that kind of stuff, have us live at your business, 786-754-4664, locally, nationally. We're waiting for the sponsor that flies us out internationally. Looking forward to that one. Doing an international show. I swear to God, McDaniel needs to take the toss play out of the
Well, I mean, what can I tell you? It became very kind of predictable almost what the offense became after a while. You kind of knew what was going on, and the defense did too. Let's see. O promotes a shooting contest after verbally destroying multiple listeners. Exactly. It's kind of the way it is. I was a Tua fan until the Bills game at home. I'm done. Seen enough. Okay. Don't get back on now. So we are definitely going to have to make adjustments into the new year. We need some healthy O-line that are not injury prone. I don't know if they're injury prone, dude. Connor Williams didn't have an injury history, really. You know, it's Teron Armstead, yes. Robert Hunt didn't have an injury history. Just happens, dude. Shit happens. And the problem is, the real problem is, why us? That's really what it's all about. Who are we kidding here? Why us is the reason why, because it's every year. Doesn't matter. Hugh Green was not an injury-prone player. We trade for him and he blows out his knee and he's done for, he's never the same again. That's just, what are you going to do? We draft David Overstreet and he drives a Mercedes into a gas station and blows up. This is the kind of shit that you can't make up, dude. It's just been that for us for decades now. It's just about bad luck most of the time. Troy Vincent is out there on special teams and he blows out a knee and, the world is ripping into Shula for having him out there when he normally has people like that out there. Jimmy Johnson played Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor, I believe, the first 2 or 3 years on special teams. And those guys were like starters right from the get-go. But Jimmy would tell you, I want my best players on special teams. I take it as serious as offense and defense, and he did, by the way. I just have in my memory bank, in my history, and there's been all kinds of trainers here and all that. And again, silly narratives that get out there. Oh, well, it must be the trainers. No, it's not. It's just a worse luck. So Teron Armstead got injured twice where people rolled up on him. What does that have to do with his injuries history? Shit like that happens all the time. The Jalen Phillips one, non-contact, has nothing to do with trainers. It's sad, man. Sucks. It sucks. Chubb's out there and he's not supposed to be out there. And look what happens. Your safety gets 2 knee ligaments strained. Not one, not 2. I mean, that's some weird shit, dude. How do you injure 2 MCLs? How does that happen? It's just crap that you just cannot explain. And it's been going on forever and a half. And we've just been so stung with bad luck. It's ridiculous. Will says, oh, you're right. It's not all on Tua, but come on, dude. Tua has had a chance to drive this team to a winning drive. He played bad. I'm not telling you he played bad. He played good. He made some bad decisions. And then there were times where he played well and the other guys didn't come up with it, right? A couple of weeks ago, didn't Tyreek and Chase Claypool drop touchdowns? And didn't your coach hurry up a play before the 2-minute warning for no reason at all, forcing your team is not efficient and you're going to rush them? Stupidity by the coach. Turnover. I blame that more on McDaniel than Tua. Tua made a stupid decision, but again, you set him up for failure because you hurried it up. What does that have to do with Tua in that game? His stats would have looked completely different if they catch touchdowns. You know, sometimes it's not all on Tua, right? Buffalo last year, Trent Sherfield and Tua and Tyreek dropped touchdowns on the same drive. In the same red zone area, he throws 2 touchdowns, they drop it. Braylon Sanders stops when he should be running for a touchdown. Shit like that happens. That's a big moment, big game. Tua would have come through for you, but they didn't come through. So everybody forgets about that. Kansas City this year. Everybody forgets that Tua threw a beautiful deep ball to Tyreek that he should have caught it. That would have been points. He either would have run for a touchdown or you would have been in the field goal area. And then he fumbles away. I mean, shit happens at times where he does make plays and they don't. But then it gets all lumped in like it's all one. That's it. No, he can't do it. No, he does at times, but they don't come through. You can't win. Let me explain something to you. You can't win if Tyreek and Waddle are constantly dropping touchdowns and big passes. You can't win like that. The way Tyreek and Waddle play, you will not win big like that. I don't care what the stats tell you. If you're dropping important passes and scores, how do you win? By the way, Waddle came back. Way to go, buddy. A drop. Waddle is consistent as hell when it comes to drops. Can't win like that, dude. Can't win like that. So the one thing that also has developed from all of this is Waddle and Tyreek are not receivers to be overused because they can't handle the usage because they can't concentrate. They can't catch the ball consistently. They drop the ball consistently. They drop big balls consistently. Waddle and Tyreek not only drop passes, they drop big ones every single week. They're dropping a third down. They're dropping a score. They failed to move the chains, whatever it is. Even Tyreek didn't have a pre-snap penalty this past week. Like, you can't win like that. You cannot win like that. So lay it all on Tua if you want, but the way I look at it is there's a lot of incompetence going on with this team. Not only Tua, because Tua was incompetent this year. That I'll tell you, I'm not going to give Tua any breaks. So I'm not telling you at all that Tua played well. I'm just telling you I don't have a problem with Tua. He's fine. He just needs to play better. He needs to play smarter. He's not the problem right now. The real problem is that Mike McDaniel does not know how to run an offense. And then the real concern is, can he figure it out this offseason? And that's where I don't have a lot of hope for that, to be honest. I'm afraid that I'm going to be very pissed at that man next year. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong big time. Let's see. Big O is not wrong about Hill and Waddle, but Tua always will get blamed for. Well, that's the quarterback gets blamed for everything. It's part of the game. People used to blame Marino all the time, bro. All the time. And it's like, he has no running game, right? He has no defense. And it's, I'll take Montana. Well, Montana has an offensive line. He has Roger Craig. He has a defense that is top 5 in the NFL. But let's leave all that out. You know what I mean? Jim Kelly has an all-world defense, has an all-world running back, just had an all-world offensive line because Marino really only had a left side of line. I've been through this. I've been through the blaming of the quarterback stuff, and they don't look at the whole picture. And, no, it must be Marino. Marino's a choker. Marino's not a choker, bro. You just don't watch the game. He's got to kill himself just to win a game. So he has to force things. And so he'll throw interceptions. And you had to understand that. not blame him. I had friends of mine, okay? This is like, I had friends of mine that would complain about Marino throwing the ball away. And it was just one of those things like, bro, do you understand this game? Do you watch it? Do you want him to take a sack? Do you want him to force it? He's throwing it away so he can live for the next play. And then he'll get the first down. It's kind of the way it goes. He didn't hold on to a football. He got rid of it. He either made a decision or got rid of the football. Marino wasn't going to, oh, he's a pussy. This is what I used to deal with. So I understand, and I wasn't even a talk show host then. Okay? I'm just talking to my friends, some of them that are idiots that didn't really understand the sport. But what do you want me to do? At least I could sit there in the park and say, you're a moron. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. It was my training for this now. Listening to people complain about Marino and not under. So I'm used to this in a way, that people don't really watch the games and don't really understand. And so that's why I say Jordan Love, and then they don't look that they ran the ball 33 times. I don't know how many. Let's see. 28 against the Jets, 26 against Dallas, 25 against Baltimore, 20 against Buffalo, 19 against Buffalo, 21 against KC, 12 against Philadelphia, 31 against Tennessee, and 34 against Washington. Okay, couple times. In the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks, if you add the playoff game, they've run over 30 times, 3 times in the last 6 weeks. I'm talking about Green Bay. Whatever, man. It just, again, I'm not here to convince you. I don't really care. I wasn't going to convince any of you idiots that Tua couldn't stay healthy. You're the same people. You're the same exact people. Okay? And I hit it on like 90% of you. 90% of you that don't believe in Tua right now, you're the same exact people that last year said Tua can't stay healthy. You're the same people that are saying his arm isn't strong enough. It's the same stupid shit that I hear. And it's because you don't really watch the whole picture. Don't really understand the position. That's all. Media, fans, whatever. Okay? Tua didn't play well, but he's not the problem. Chris Johnson, thank you for the love in the super chat, sir. Very nice of you. Sticker and all. Appreciate it. You know I enjoy the stickers. Dropping the mic. Very nice. Very nice. Anthony Giandelletti Jr. I'm not sure if Smith gets a head coaching job now, but if he does, Bevel needs to be the play caller. 11 years of experience as OC and tons of chemistry with Tua. Anthony, Bevel, Frank Smith, whatever, do something. Do something because McDaniel cannot handle the game and play calling. That's proven the last 2 years. He doesn't have an awareness of everything. And when you hear the quarterback at the end of the press conference in a playoff game still talking about you can't get plays in on time. Dude, you know how embarrassing that is? I talked about this 2 days ago on the postgame show. Tua, I don't think he meant to do it, but he completely trashed Mike McDaniel in that press conference. When he says, we're still having trouble lining up right, getting the plays in on time. They come in too late. We can't adjust the protections. We can't change the play. You're stuck with the play. It gets in on so late, and then you line up. Defense sees it. You can't even counter to that. Everybody else has got their play in at the 10-second mark. The guy lines up. He's looking around. Oh, wait a minute. Yo, timeout. Or some stupid signal to, no, let's adjust this. Tua doesn't have that time. You think that helps Tua?
Anybody? Bueller? You got to look at the whole picture. Okay? The whole picture. And Mike McDaniel does not create an environment for his quarterback and his team to be successful. In fact, they're so talented, they have competed and won in spite of him. Okay? Kind of like watching Tua win with Flo, it was in spite of him. But why give Tua any credit for that? Of course, I mean, because he had everything at his disposal there with Flo. Great offensive line, great running game, a coach that really believed in him, and really experienced offensive coordinators. Anyway, let's see. The dude around town, Tua, will always be injured. That hip injury really changed his career for the worst. Yeah, I know. And made him the number one passer in the NFL. Yep. Not sure McDaniel will let it go. The guy seems to be stubborn as hell. The same quality that made Flo look stupid. Corey, can't argue with intelligence, my brother. Let's see. Greer picked McDaniels. I think so. It's either him or Tom Garfinkel. Let's see. Big O, how did we make the Tunsil trade, yet the Texans rebuilt better than we did? They didn't rebuild better with the trade. Had nothing to do with the trade. Okay, so it's, one doesn't follow the other. You know what I mean? What helps, my brother, again, big picture. I was a CJ Stroud guy. Go back and look. I said it over and over again. I'll take CJ over Young. So really what happened to the Houston Texans was that the Carolina Panthers were stupid and they took the wrong quarterback. And then, the breaks happen. You get the right quarterback, and he is the right quarterback. That kid can play. You got to give that kid credit, bro. And it helps. And they got a nice team, Nico Collins and stuff. They've hit on players too. They've done a nice job, and they found a good young coach, by the way. So give them credit. They've done a great job, but the rebuilding has nothing to really do from the trade aspect of it. You know what I mean? Miami got a lot out of that trade. It's the coach that has to get more out of his team, and he's failing to do that. That's all. It's really what it is. It has nothing to do with the trade. It has to do really more with Carolina taking the wrong quarterback. That's all. We are still looking for a left tackle that can stay. I'm sorry. I'm really about to block you right now. Seriously. And you're going to need about 1 minute to save your ass. Okay. How was Kendall Lamb such a problem? Explain to me that. When Armstead was out, did Kendall Lamb not fill in nicely? I need to know what your answer is because it'll be your last one ever here. And it better be good. You got about a minute. I got game. Tell me why left tackle was such a problem this year. Please explain why Kendall Lamb was so bad filling in for Teron Armstead, because that's about one of the dumbest comments I've heard. Okay, because I know he can't stay healthy, but they found an answer. Which, how many NFL teams have an answer at left tackle for your left tackle? Because they didn't have that last year. So I need to know, what's the explanation? I got game, New Jersey. You got another 30 seconds. You got another 30 seconds. Armstead was our starter. We paid him. Again, why was left tackle a problem? Why? Kendall Lamb did a great job. I want to know why you're a stupid fan. Tell me. You got one more dumb answer? Was left tackle a problem? Huh? What was left tackle a problem?
I got 500 people watching. Folks, was left tackle a problem? You're going to keep I Got Game New Jersey in or out? Was left tackle a problem? Yes or no? Tell me. Let's go. Answer. No, this ain't blind ass fan. This is block alert. Nope. No. No. Eddie De La Torre. Yes. My God. Corey, no. Mike, no. Not really. No. No. The dude 67's laughing at your ass. And then he followed up with block. So what do you guys think? Here's a guy complaining about left. I get that Teron Armstead gets injured. We all know that. That's not news. The amazing part was that you found Kendall Lamb. That's like, and you paid no money for him. You're paying garbage salary. So it's not like you're paying two left tackles. Okay? So you found the left tackle to fill in nicely. How was that a problem? So what do you guys think? Do we block a fan, an uneducated fan like this? Because see, uneducated fans kind of bog the thing down. They come up with stupid shit like this. Block or we keep them free. Block or free. 500 people are going to decide your fate. I Got Game, New Jersey. Block or free? Which one? Here we go. Give him a pass. I wouldn't block him, oh. Block. Free. Block. Keep him and ignore him. That's pretty good. Leon Fresco, free. Here we go. Block. Second chance. Give him a pass. You're going to get a pass. You're going to get a pass. I Got Game. You're on double secret probation. Next stupid thing you say, I'm not even going to ask. Okay? I mean, I'm not going to catch all your comments, but if I catch your stupid ones, you're in trouble. Let's complain about things that actually were a real problem. Left tackle, because of that Kendall Lamb move, was not a... Kendall Lamb even filled in at right tackle all right, which we were really concerned when Austin went out. Was it a game only or two? I think it was only one. But he filled in. We were concerned. He actually did a nice job. Kendall Lamb was like an MVP for this team this year. Loved what I saw from Kendall Lamb this year. Respect what he brought to the table. Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. And, of course, you can always make a Bitcoin donation, especially on a dip. Oh, I forgot. I got to fill you guys in on what's going on. First of all, Chris Johnson, thank you for the love on the super chat. I think there was another super chat. Let's see. Here we go. Leon Fresco. Thank you, sir. Test one on McD. Does Fangio stay or pull a Gailey? No, he stays. Test two. Does he take the next step like Matt LaFleur did? Can he start speaking quickly is not going to happen. He's thinking too much about what he's saying. That's funny, Leon. That's funny. That was good. That was good. U-Town. Oh, you got to stop. First it was Flores. Now it's McDaniel. Common denominator is Tua. We got to move on from him. Stop defending him. What's the common denominator? That he won with Flo and he's winning with McDaniel? What's the common denominator? I'm sorry, I must have missed it. He had the worst conditions, and yet he still won with Flo. Just because Flo didn't believe in him, that's not his fault. He won a championship with Saban. He's the number one passer in the NFL. I'm not sure what you're getting at. I see a guy that can succeed even in difficult situations. So if I put Tua with LaFleur, Tua's better with LaFleur than he is with McDaniel. That's what I'm going to tell you. Because he's actually going to run the ball, dude. That's the thing, U-Town. Let's see. Adam Zalka. Tua is what he is. If everything is perfect, he flourishes. If we can play a crap team, he flourishes. But as soon as he has to play a great team, a pass rush, or God forbid, bad weather, he's lost, Big O. Okay. All right. Was Baltimore a good team the last 2 years when he beat them? Or were they a bad team? And it was on the road, one of them. And one of them was down by 21 points. Was that not good? And the KC game here this year, he did everything to win that game. Did he lose that game, or did Tyreek Hill lose that game by himself? Not exactly sure. Was it the Bengals game last year? Did Waddle not lose that game all by himself with the 2 turnovers? I must have missed that. So it's always on him, but never everybody else. Okay. All right. Dude 67, thank you for the love in the super chat. Thanks for all the Dolphins coverage over the past season, bro. Thank you. Thank you for supporting us all the way through, as always. True Fin fan, appreciate you. Thank you for the love in the super chat. Block all trolls. Oh, we got I Got Game New Jersey is on double secret probation. You guys saved them today. You saved them. You gave them a break. Ravens was both on the road the 3 years we beat them both. Oh, it was both on the road? Oh, look at that. There you go. But, Tua sucks. What can I tell you? Let's see. Richard Cartwright, Big O, asked the fans which playoff teams looks bad. The Finns, Rams, Browns, the Cowboys. I don't know if I asked that. I didn't ask any of that. Have your top 10 listeners to decide. Oh, man. That would be hard to come up with a top 10 for listeners, man. I'd be insulting some people because we got a lot of hardcores that are absolutely amazing to this platform. And I know Sean and myself are incredibly grateful to you all. Troy Francis says, Big O, a gem QB and QB2 at Detroit, Hendon Hooker, arm accurate and mobile. Get him to compete against Tua, Fardangio, and his credit, did miracles with the defense against the Chiefs. He did. I have nothing to complain about with Fangio. At first, they weren't catching his defense, and they looked like a disaster. But then he had all those injuries. He did all right, dude. I got no problem with Fangio. My problem is with Mike McDaniel and the offense. That's my problem right now. Fangio's fine. Crossman, I was off that bandwagon last year. I don't even know why he's back. I would definitely fire Danny Crossman and find a new special teams coach. That I would definitely do. Johnny Ramirez, thank you for the love in the super chat. People forget Tua had to win 2 shootouts last season. I know. They fell behind to Detroit, which is a good team, and they came back and won. They fell behind against Baltimore. They came back and won. But Tua doesn't, it's just it's the Tua haters can only point at the stuff that helps their narrative. They can't point at things that go against their narrative. My God, we can't do that. That would be fair. We don't want to be fair. Nobody wants to be fair. By the way, before I get back to sports, give you a little bit on the crypto market. Right now, Bitcoin, just so you'll know, it's at 42,456. And when you approve the ETFs, okay, Grayscale had their GBTC going. They already had a Bitcoin fund, but it wasn't an ETF. And so the difference is they've got 619,700 Bitcoin in that grayscale GBDC, right? So the problem is that last week, 579 million of it. See, this thing was locked up for a couple of years. They could not get their money out, right? And their profits, they couldn't get it out. So the thing is that now that they created the ETF, they allowed everybody on the GBTC they had the option to get, now that they had the option to get out, they can take profits and then climb into the ETF if they wanted to. So last week you had 1.2 billion come into Bitcoin, but you had 579 million go out just alone from Grayscale. And then you have the soft hands that panic. They see a little bit of a dip and then they sell and they panic. So now that's why you had that, 10% drop, 5%, 7% drop, whatever it is, 47 to 42. So it's not a big deal, right? Because those outflows will now level off and the inflows are the only thing that are going to come in over the next couple of weeks. Remember, these ETFs, this is not a 1 week or a 1 month thing. This is lifetime. So it's going to ride now. You're going to get your level off now. And if you're smart, not a financial advisor, you buy the dip so you can lower whatever. Like personally for me, I have bought the kryptonite dip like no other. I bought the kryptonite dip and I've lowered the hell out of my price, which is absolutely awesome because you'll have an opportunity with some of the altcoins dropping. Maybe you can, because the idea in investing is to lower your average. So whatever you have, if the price is in at a lower, that's when you buy. So if you believe in it, of course, that's what an investor does. If you're just a FOMO person, you're not really investing. You're just riding the tide and the momentum from other people that tell you, you know what I mean? But if you're smart, this is a great way to lower your average, like I have with kryptonite. And I got into Shido, which how's Shido's been doing well over the weekend. It went up and then it went a little down, but it's been riding. Oh, now it's down 7.8. I think I might buy a little more. Anyway, Pendle's up 1.4. Pendle's really gone against the grain. Let's see. Hive Mapper that I gave you is up 8.4 cents, 8.4%. When I gave you Hive Mapper on January 2nd, it was 14 cents. It's now 25. This is in the middle of a dip, which is crazy. Lithium is down 3.6%, but I gave you a lithium on January 2nd at $1.08. It's $2.33. More than double, baby. More than double. That's crazy. What else do we have here? Demo is down 4.4%. We gave it to you at 36 cents on January 2nd. It's still at 47 cents. So up and away. Tectum, we gave it to you at $20.81 on January 2nd. It's $32.10 right now, and it's down 6%. Down 6%, and it's up $12 from, 13 days ago? So there you go. Some of the stuff going on. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. Ernesto Don, thank you for the love on Cash App, for all your hard work this season. I appreciate you. Sean and I appreciate you. Thank you. Very kind of you, sir. Appreciate it. Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. Johnny Ramirez, thank you again for the super chat. Leon Fresco, thank you again, sir, for the super chat. That's your second one today. Simple Finn's move to improve. 1, sign punter Matt Araiza. Well, he was cleared of all those charges. Why not? That's it's not a bad move. I like that one. Number 2, bring in a very tall, skinny, very tall tight end as a safety blanket and bring in a short yardage backup QB. I don't know about the wildcat type guy that can run around. Like, I don't know if I want to do that, to be quite honest. I think I want to like dedicate myself to the run and play more the playmaking tight end. That move will be made. They tried the first year, they tried last year. They're going to bust their asses to get a playmaking tight end. I guarantee you that. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind that that's what they're going to do. All right, folks. We have come to the top of hour number 2. Hour number 3 is coming up. Daniel Oyefusi is going to join us to talk a little Miami Dolphins. He'll be fresh out of the locker rooms after all the stuff has been talked about. So we'll go through it all. What else? Jamie Vinnick is Jamie Vinnick is going to join us. He's a Cougars beat writer, covers Washington State for CougsFan.com, and he covered Cam Ward the last couple of years. So Miami just picked up Cam Ward on NIL. Let's find out who Cam Ward is, and we'll do that in the next hour. So we'll take your comments, your questions. We'll go over some of the stuff going on at camp now. Give us a couple minutes. We'll take a break right here on the Big O Radio Show on the Sports Talk 305 network.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
You know, I tell you guys all the time about Cutter's Edge Pro, man, and what they did with our backyard and made it a pure oasis. That's our Sylvester tree right there. A beautiful day, providing a ton of sunshine. We've got one exactly like this out in the front yard, and it is absolutely gorgeous. There's Bono hanging around on the artificial turf. What's up, Bono? What's the word, baby? There you go, wagging that little tail. Maiden, there she is. Ziggy. How you doing, Ziggy? There you go. So we got the doggies hanging out. So just want to give you a little, we got some of the trees starting off from this way with the artificial turf. You see, there's Ziggy again, of course. Got it all the way. And look, we got some flowers coming out. That tree now will start to also spring, and it's absolutely beautiful too. So got all that. They can do all kinds of things for you in your backyard to kind of make it an oasis, which is what we've done. And obviously the dogs can play. What's up, Bono? I got him there hanging out. Maiden. There she is. There she is. The one and only. She's mean as a skunk, by the way. Just want you to know. She's awesome with us, but I mean, if you're a stranger, you don't want to meet mated. So as you can see, and then the artificial turf, remember, there's no watering. There's no cutting the grass. It looks fabulous like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. Back here in this corner is where we put the barbecue. I wheel it out, cook, then I wheel it back in. See, looks beautiful, doesn't it? Flowers are coming out. It's awesome. And then when I want to play a little golf, there's my putting green down the side, which is a beautiful thing. There's one of the holes all the way to the other side where Bono is at. All lights up. It's really beautiful when it lights up. See, we got the rough. Got several. Got one on that side. Got one over there in the corner where Bono's leaving. Got rough all over the place, man. Just in case, you get the ball trapped in there. That's it. That's another swing. Right, Maiden? So, check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. Make your home an oasis. Make your business, your HOA complex, condominium, you name it, they got you, bro. They do it all. All right? They can cut your trees down, and the artificial turf, I swear by it. Really easy to maintain, and it looks just absolutely freaking beautiful. Cutter's Edge Pro. Right, Ziggy?
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Radio Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated. They offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Caneswear. New store, new items, same great experience. Family owned and operated since 2010, Caneswear has the latest merchandise from the Miami Hurricanes, Miami Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Inter Miami CF, and more. Come visit us at our store in Davie on University Drive, just south of 595, or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot Miami fans shop.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. So, Ernie D, thank you for the love and the super chat, sir. Sent you a gift on C-App, on Cash App. Thank you. I saw that. Can H-bar hit $1, $2, or $3? I think it can. It can change. It could chase $1 this bull run. Yes, I do believe at least $1. Let's see. Here's what you got to look for H-bar. Okay, how much do they grow their DeFi? They don't have a lot of total value locked, but they are building. They are making partnerships with their blockchain. Now, what you need is for them to have more businesses on their blockchain and more money in their in their TVL. So once they get that going and their DeFi grows, that's the reason why I got out of Algorand. They lost all their DeFi. They had a large portion of DeFi, and then it just completely dropped. When I saw that, I got the hell out. But HBAR I like because it's got to deal with the feds for FedNow payment. Hashgraph it's different. It's a little different. It's like a faster blockchain, and so a lot of people feel that HBAR is going to be, a leading contender here down the line. I happen to be one of those people that does believe in HBAR. So I'm going to hang in there patiently with them and watch it grow. The FedNow payment thing, that just, once I knew that they were working with the feds, I felt even stronger about HBAR. But the key will be to grow out the business and the TVL. They've got to get more businesses on their blockchain. They've got to get more money locked up in there. They've got to get more action in there to grow the blockchain. Okay. But I like HBAR, and I do believe it has the potential to get to $1, 2 or 3. Then some other things have developed that we haven't talked about yet. You know what I'm saying? Like the DeFi platform. If the DeFi platform takes off, then you can get to $2 or $3. Yeah. Cause then we're talking about billions and billions in market cap. Yeah, definitely. But you got to first, you got to build up the DeFi. That's the key for HBAR. That's what I would say, at least. Oh, I want Njoku. Yeah, I don't think Cleveland. By the way, it's taken him forever to get to this point. I don't think they're going to let him go, to be quite honest. Skylar Thompson put up 31 points in Buffalo in a blizzard and 207. Did he put up 31 points? Did he? What was that? Let's see. Did he put up 31 points? So that's what you're saying, that Skylar Thompson put up 31 points. Is that what it was last year? I don't know why I don't necessarily remember it that way. Let's see. 34-31. And he went 18 of 45 for a touchdown and 2 interceptions. $18 of 45, 220, 4.9 average per pass, a touchdown and 2 interceptions. You know what I've never done? I've never blocked somebody that sent in a super chat. Let's see. Trying to find it myself here on trying to find it on your chat board there. Is this it here? Okay. Utah, you've been blocked. So see you later. I mean, stupid comments. I don't give a shit if you send in a super chat, my brother. I really don't. Thank you for the last donation you made to the show, and I appreciate it, but I can't take stupidity. I just can't. I got game New Jersey. I let you guys, I'm not doing it here. So I'm not even putting it to a vote. It's just, when you're stupid, life is harder. Just want you to know that. My God. Skylar Thompson put up 31 points. Just like, the stupid things that people say. And then this moron will go to his job and, Skylar Thompson put up 31. And then the other idiot then follows, you know what? This idiot U-Town told me that Skylar Thompson put up 31 last year. Yeah, that's right. They didn't score 31. They don't go look at what actually Skylar Thompson did, that he played like absolute dog shit in that game. Okay? 18 of 45, a touchdown and 2 interceptions.
But, he lit him up. That was the game also that, we abandoned the run to. Oh, what a jerk. He gave you money and you blocked him. No, actually, that shows that I am No. See, Shang Tu Sheng, you, sir, are a phony. I am the real deal. You see? The phony doesn't block the guy that gives him money because he kisses his ass because he gives him money and he makes a donation. The real person backs up their claim if it's a stupid comment and you don't deserve to be on the platform because you say stupid things and you spread stupidity, so then others then pick up on it. So actually, you should be commending me for keeping the guy that didn't give me money and getting rid of the guy that gave me money. That actually shows that I mean what I say when I tell you I am not going to tolerate your stupidity. Okay? So, I'm just saying, bro. We're a different kind of talk show here. Okay? We're going to call you out also. You know what I mean? Appreciate the donation from U-Town, but I don't appreciate stupidity because he actually believed that shit so much that he put money behind it. I want to save this guy money. He needs to listen to the show, not comment, just listen so he can learn and maybe learn about the game of football. That's all. So you actually should be commending me for saving the guy that didn't give me any money and bombing out the guy that gave me money. I think that shows that I don't screw around and it doesn't matter. So let's see. I'm cracking up. This is my new favorite show. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate you, man. What else do we have? Shang Tu, can't see how bad of an argument I know. I mean, come on, bro. Seriously. You're going to say Skylar Thompson put up 31 points. By the way, I bet you the U-Town guy I bet you he's the telephone guy. Remember when we were kids? You play telephone, right? First kid tells one, bum, 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 and it goes all the way around. When the last person gets a story, it's completely different, right? U-Town is a person in the middle of that line. Okay? Because the story started off with, well, no, they sucked last year too. Skylar didn't play well. I mean, they scored 31 points. Oh, you mean Skylar played and scored 30? Hey, did you know that Skylar played last year and he scored 31? And then, just goes on. And so U-Town is in the middle of that circle, and then they tell him, dude, Skylar kicked ass last year. They scored 31. Tua scored 7. Oh, I got to tell, this super chat. And there you go. Little did he know that being a part of telephone that day was going to get him blocked on the show. He had no idea. Now he knows. So it's kind of the way it is. Anyway. Big O, do you think if we change these horrific Miami whale uniforms, it can help the culture? How do grown men wear that strike in any fear in an opponent's eyes? All jokes, but come on. No, it's bad. Joel, it's bad. The whale has been bad. And maybe Tom Garfinkel and Stephen Ross say, can we get back to the magic? Okay? Can we get back to, at least with that logo, Jason Taylor and company had some fun. Marino put up some numbers. Woodstock got to the Super Bowl. We went undefeated. We've had a lot of good things happen with the old logo, Stephen Ross. We don't have anything good happen with the whale logo. Are we listening there, Tom Garfinkel? Huh? Stephen Ross? Can we stop with the money grab? Let's go. Make your own classic logo. Keep the classic logo and add a little modern day twist to it. That's fine. They did that in the 90s. I didn't have a problem with it. Go for it. But bring back the logo. Why? Joel's right. Maybe it changed the damn mojo. Who knows? But the whale logo is terrible. Chris Johnson, you are a stud. Thank you for the donation and keep it up. It's very nice of you, sir. And again, he comes in with another one. You are the man. I'm donating because you blocked him. You did the right thing, Big O. Of course I did. Of course I did. I would be a phony if I didn't block his ass just because he. So you donate and you can just be stupid? No. We're not allowing that. I don't allow that in my life. Like when people try to tell me things that I know, it's just like, I'm going to stop you in your tracks. And I don't care who you are, dude. And anybody that knows me has experienced it. I'm going to give you my opinion. You don't like it? Too bad, but you started with yours. So I'm going to tell you. It's kind of the way it goes. Hateful Steve is in the house. I must have missed all those NFL movies about legendary quarterback performances in September and October because that's when champions show up, right? By the way, wasn't Baltimore known for giving up big leads in recent years? Certainly there's a stat you can pull to prove me wrong. All I know is they don't win in the playoffs. So when they start winning the playoffs, then we'll start believing in Baltimore. But, it's the same thing they do every regular season. Tough team to prepare for. And in the playoffs, somehow or another, they've figured it out. So, anyway. What do we have here going on? Big O, you're the best. I'm a huge fan of your work. Thank you for what you do always and telling the truth as it is. Miami fans for life. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Luigi. We never went to the Super Bowl after leaving the Orange Bowl. No, they have not. They have not. But they've been run poorly. That's all. I love Shula to death. He didn't run it right at the final years. He didn't know what he was doing. He's a great coach, still on game days, but the personnel guy was killing the coach. You guys know, those of you that lived it, you know what I'm talking about. I never want to ever sound like I'm bashing Shula because I love Shula to death. And he's the man. He always will be, like Riley or whatever. But when they aren't doing something right, I have to say it because it's my job. You know what I mean? I have to say it. And Shula did a lot of bad stuff down the stretch. It's not that he wanted to. He meant well. It's just, Riley means well. But he still went and signed Kyle Lowry. He means well, but he still gave Whiteside and Johnson and what was and Deion Waiters a contract. I mean, Riley has done some really dumb shit lately. You know what I mean? And I love Riley to death. But got to call it like I see it, dude. You know what I mean? And none of this was hindsight. I never wanted Whiteside signed or anything. I understood it because they thought he had potential, but I still would not have given the contract. And the Lowry thing was completely against it. Completely against it. So, but we have to do that doing this show. I am a fan and I love the Heat and Dolphins and Marlins and Inter and all. Man, Jorge Mas, I got to work with them and everything, and I was very grateful. We were able to get it done, all that, and we tried to make the onside thing work for whatever whacked out reasons it didn't work. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean I'm going to kiss Inter Miami's ass from here on out. No. And when they do stupid things like they were doing a ton of them early on, we're going to talk about them. It's just the way it goes. We have to be fair. We have to call it like we see it. And I love the Dolphins to death, but they have to address this because you got a really good team and it underachieved this year. That's the truth. It underachieved. And again, the offense is the one that failed. And that's where your head coach is at. And that has to be the strength of your team. It cannot be the weakness. It cannot be the thing that does not come through in big moments. Even last year, you had a terrible first half with Baltimore and Detroit, right? And then the defense did its job in the second half and shut them down and gave you a chance to come back and win.
You know, you can't ask for more than that. And the offense doesn't bail them out in big moments at all. Rarely. Dallas was the only one. And the only reason you beat Dallas, it's because, as I tweeted out yesterday, Dallas is the only bigger choke artist than the Miami Dolphins. How screwed up is that? The only bigger choke artist in the NFL are the Dallas Cowboys. Miami is number 2. So you beat the biggest choke artist. Okay. That kind of is the way it goes. The second biggest choke artist should beat the bigger choke artist. And you did. But in the end, you both choked like you normally do. Sucks, but it's the truth. Big O, how do you feel about the kid Bonner? I don't have anything. I got to see him. I don't know anything. He made a nice play, but I don't know. He's got speed, but we got to watch him actually play. Cam Smith's got speed. Apparently, he can't play zone. By the way, if the Heat can get their lineup together and trade Lowry for Wizards, Tyus Jones, the Heat can be a real contender. I'd like another ball handler. That would be nice. That would be really, really nice. Big O, I'm a fan of your show, but I know you're not giving. I never gave Tua a pass, Franklin. Did you hear the postgame show? Okay. Tua's played like shit this year. I don't care about the big numbers and all that stuff. Key moments, he made big mistakes that are unexcusable. Okay? But I know he can correct those mistakes. Just like I knew he could correct the concussion stuff. Again, I'll repeat it. All of you out there that think that Tua can't play, you're the exact 90% of you. I guarantee you're the same people that said last year, Tua will never stay healthy. He's concussion prone. And I was, again, against the grain last year. Telling you, he's not concussion prone. He's holding on to the football. I explained it. You didn't want to listen. What did he do this year? Did he hold on to the football? No. He did exactly what I said. He got rid of the football, and he lived for the next play. You're all the same people, pretty much. Not 100% of you, 90% of you. 90% of you are the end-all, be-all people. That's it. You won't take reasoning. I give you all the stats. I did all the freaking homework tracking everything because we actually do our homework here. I explained to you what they do with Jordan Love, how they're running 30-something times a game, helping the kid out, putting him in a position where he doesn't have to make all these big-ass plays. But you want to learn, that's fine. You don't? You want to just call me a homer or a hater. That's all I can be with you guys. If I pick them to win, I'm a homer. If I pick them to lose, I'm a hater. If I think Tua's still good, I'm a homer. If I think Tua's not good, I'm a hater. If I think McDaniel is fine, I'm a homer. If I think McDaniel needs to fix some shit, I'm a hater. It's never that I'm actually, you might be looking at it right. Or, you might be objective about it here. No, he's trying to protect his opinion. Meanwhile, I'll tell you that Dan Campbell has proven me wrong, but I'm trying to protect my opinion. Oh, man. You guys are a trip. You're right, Big O. He lived for the next play only to throw an interception. But at least he lived for the next play. Do you want 3 head coaches for him or 4 years? I never said to fire him. Did I say to fire him? I said correct the issue. So either you become the play caller and have somebody help you out with the game management, or you handle the game management and give play calling to somebody else. Or if you're going to be completely hard-headed, well, then we've come to the last year of your existence. And if in 2024 season, you are not exceptional at calling games and handling the game, you will then lose your job. And that's it. That's where we're at. So, yeah, it'll be a different coach in 2025 is what I'm thinking if he doesn't figure it out. But I think you still have to give him a chance to figure it out because there's too much potential. I like McDaniel. I hate him on game day, but I like him everywhere else. So I'm hoping he can fix that shit. Let's see. If you think Tua is the answer, you know nothing about football. Exactly. Eric Alfson says, Big O, if McDaniel isn't likely to change next season, what are the things you think Tua needs to work on during the offseason to improve? Physically, nothing anymore. He's fine with everything else. He needs to learn how to think for himself. That's what he needs to do. That's all. He's got to learn that they're taking too long for the play. Well, then call your own play, bro. The play comes in. You don't like it. Change it. Sorry. That's it. Have your fight with the coach later on after, but you need to start thinking for yourself a little bit more like a franchise QB. I'm not telling you to change all the plays. I'm just telling you there's going to be times where he sends in a bad play and you're like, nah, it's 3rd and 1. We've run Mostert. I'm not doing this screen shit. I'm going to hand it off to Mostert again, and we're going to get a first down. And then when you get the first down, and then later on he tells you, hey, why didn't you do that? I said, no, coach, sorry, that wasn't the play. We need to get a first down, and we were running the ball really well. We're going to stick with the run here, which is what you're supposed to do. So Tua doesn't have to work on anything except himself, where he has to he needs to start taking more control of what's going on. Put it that way. He needs to be more involved in what's going on. He needs to be able to tell the coach, bro, what the hell are you calling? No, I'm not doing that. And I'm talking about that tone. Oh, sorry, coach. I don't think that's a good call. No. No. Cut his knees off right away. Are you kidding me? We've run the ball like a maniac with Mostert 4 straight times. You're going to call a pass play? The weather is terrible. Let's keep running the rock. It's what I'm telling you with Green Bay is going on. They refuse to do it in Miami. The run coordinator refuses to run. Let's see. Tua is 1-12 in playoff game implications and 0-1 in playoffs. The dude is not the guy here. That's the thing. Well, what can I tell you, my brother? Give up then. Don't watch the Dolphins because he's going to be back next year. So what can I tell you? Say all you want, complain all you want. He'll be back next year. Patrick Mahomes threw the football 41 times and Tua threw it 39, but yet Kansas City won. Yeah, Kansas City's got the better defense. Miami does not have the better defense. So Miami has to run the ball in order to get in the game. But if you abandon the run, that's kind of what you need, And Pat Mahomes is not Tua Tagovailoa, Frankie. Okay? Pat Mahomes is Dan Marino and John Elway. You can do that with Mahomes. You can't do that with Tua. You don't do that with Tua. You don't do that with Drew Brees. You don't do that with Bob Greasy. You don't do that with certain quarterbacks. Okay? They're not Mahomes. They're not Brett Favre. Okay? They're not gunslingers. Frankie, you're not understanding what I'm explaining. Mike McDaniel is coaching Tua like a gunslinger, and he's not a gunslinger. It's what I keep trying to explain to you all out there. You got to coach him up like they're coaching up Jordan Love, like they coached up Drew Brees. Okay? That's what you got to do. You got to complement them with the run. Really dedicate yourself to the run. Mike McDaniel refuses to commit himself to the run. And that's the heart and soul of his offense. If you look at it, the most consistent thing that happened was the running game. So why aren't you using it? You know, when we played Washington years ago in the Super Bowl, we couldn't stop a guy named John Riggins. What do you think Joe Gibbs kept doing? Just give it to the diesel. When we played the Bills and Thurman Thomas was killing us, they just didn't stop giving it to him. That's kind of the way the game is played, my man. All right, let's talk a little football. Daniel Oyefusi's ready to go, fresh from the locker rooms. Let's bring him aboard. Dolphins beat writer for the Miami Herald. Follow him on Twitter like I and so many other Dolphins fans do at Daniel Oyefusi. Daniel, how you feeling, my man?
Doing good, doing good. Been a long time no see. How you doing?
Doing good. Long time no see. Thank you for joining us. I think this is like the second time this season, maybe. Something like that. I think this season you've joined us. We had some news coming out of the locker rooms with Teron Armstead. Fill us in.
Yeah, so locker clean out day. Guys kind of saying they're kind of like the last day of school, and it's the last time we're going to talk to a lot of these guys. Maybe until the spring. Some of these guys are going on to different teams, entering free agency. So Teron Armstead obviously is still under contract next year. He's asked about his future. And he said, he's going to have to, think about his future. And, there was a apropos follow-up, when fans hear that, they're going to say, retirement. So is that something that's under consideration? And he goes, I love the game too much. But, he wants to chase a ring. He wants to pursue a ring. But at the same spot, he's getting older up there in age. The injuries have been wearing on him. I think, I don't want to put too much into that because it is emotional. Guys are still, a lot of those guys are still kind of torn about the way the season ended because they didn't expect it to end in the first round. So I don't want to take too much of that. But it is notable because he is getting up there in age. He is a guy who has dealt with a lot of injuries over his career and obviously in his 2 years in Miami. So that stood out to me for sure.
Well, but you're kind of leaving out the comment to me that there was the money line comment of it. And he said, I don't want to be the guy chasing a ring when my body tells me that I can't.
Yeah, so you have to find that balance, and again, he's
what more signs do you need that your body has already told you you can't do this anymore? I mean, you cannot stay healthy for the life of God. You cannot stay healthy. So I'm wondering, what more signs does he need in order to realize that his body cannot hold up in the NFL anymore? That's the part. I know you really can't answer that.
But there's also dollar signs involved too, at play as well. And I think
that's the only thing that is motivating, bro. That's it. You're coming back for the money, dude. Don't tell me that your body's shit because your body already has given out on you. You can't play 8 straight games ever in your life, So that's the funny part. It's like you're telling us that you don't want to be the guy that, your body's telling you can't. Well, that's already happened. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean it's tough. It's a tough kind of spot to be in because these guys are gladiators, they're warriors. They want to be out there and play. He did say he still has a lot of love for the game, but like you said, there is that balance in that time where maybe you have to say, hey, enough is enough. Again, I don't want to make too much of it because it's again, just like a lot of these guys, like they were not ready. Like, after the game, McDaniel was like, I wasn't ready to talk about the future. A lot of these guys weren't ready to talk about the future too. Like, I just had a long talk with Cater, and he was still frustrated about his play personally. He was frustrated about how the season ended, about how they played against some of the better teams in the NFL. But obviously, that's something that we're gonna have to keep our eye out for because Teron has dealt with a lot of injuries, and I don't think that the Dolphins are in a spot where they could save some money. If he does retire, they could save some money off of him. I don't know whether that's going to be a big discussion this offseason. We'll definitely have to wait to see.
Yeah. When you look at it, just out of curiosity, I don't know if you looked at it already. If he retires, do the Dolphins get any kind of a break salary wise?
Well, when you do retire, unless it's a medical retirement, you do forfeit that salary. So, I mean, it actually kind of benefit the Dolphins if he was to retire as opposed to just outright cutting him. If there's guaranteed money or I guess signing bonus money that still counts on the cap, obviously, that would hit and they could divide it up to 2 years. But if you do retire, if a player does decide to retire without any medical issue or anything like that, they do forfeit that salary.
Yeah, I don't see him doing it. I just don't. It's too much money. I guess he's talking a good game and all that, but he does care for the game and his team because there's no way he plays with all those injuries if he didn't give a shit. I've been around this for a long time. I've seen guys that don't care and they're quick to check out on anything. That guy never checks out. So that I will give him all the respect in the world, but his body's already telling him that, you can't do it. So that part is kind of now your conversation with Cater. I'm a big Cater guy, but I just think he really struggled in zone. And he is such a physical corner. I think he's more of a man-on-man guy. And I always compare him to this cornerback Browning that used to play with the Seattle Seahawks for many years. And he used to get a lot of penalties. He was a good corner, but he was so handsy that he would pick. You knew that Browning was going to pick up a penalty at least almost every game, pretty much. It was just kind of a thing that came with him. You knew he was a hell of a player, but penalties came with it. And I kind of looked Cater in that kind of a Browning mold. But I think that because of the change in defense, putting him more in zone, I think it was a huge adjustment for him, and he didn't adjust well, obviously, to it. Your thoughts on that and where Cater stands?
Yeah, that's one of the things I asked him. I was like, first off, I said, how would you kind of just rate your season? He kind of put his head on. He's like, terrible. That's the first thing that came to mind. I said, was it a scheme thing? Was it going from more man to more zone? He was just like, no, because like in any defense, you're going to have to play some level of man and zone. He was like, I had a lot of high expectations for myself entering the season. He said he thought that it started off well, but then something just wasn't clicking. I kept on saying, like, something just wasn't clicking. And I said, hey, do you think that teams were targeting you more because, X and Jalen were out there? And he goes, no, because if anything, those guys should have helped me. He was just like, I shouldn't have. Like those guys, that should have made things easier on my plate. He's like, I was targeted a lot more as a rookie in the role that I was in. He was like, something just wasn't clicking, and I kind of have to figure that out. So yeah, he's the first. I know he got a lot of heat on social media. He'll be the first to tell you that. I mean, he was the first to tell me he did not have a good season by his standard at all. And I think that that is something that they're gonna have to look at because I mean, they gave him a long leash. Like there were a lot of calls to put McNeedham in there, who's excelled in a slot role. They never did that. They stuck with them all the way. But I think that's part of personnel discussions this offseason. Unfortunately, they're gonna have to ask themselves, why wasn't he as effective in the previous scheme as he was in this one, and do we potentially need to bring in somebody to compete for that slot corner role?
All right. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I think because he had to play a lot of zone, I think that was something that was. It's almost like he was able to get in a groove when he was playing man, and then the times you would switch the zone, you're still in a groove, so it doesn't bother you. But practically full-time zone, it almost felt like he just never looked comfortable out there. You know what I mean? Hopefully, like with the offense, although it didn't really happen in certain cases, but you would hope that the second year being in the defense that he would then play again. He's still a young corner from Division II, so we got to kind of slow down a little bit here. He's still terrific at tackling. He'll hit the crap out of you. He's physical. There's a lot to work with there. He's super athletic. I like Cater, man. I just think he's still raw and kind of learning this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes kind of forget that, he was an undrafted rookie out of a Division II program. He was a revelation as a rookie, and the way that they talked to him, I mean, a lot of these guys were like, this is one of the breakout players on that defense, and that was a defense that had Jalen Phillips and all these Juwan Howard and all these different guys. But yeah, I mean, it's tough. Sometimes that ascension isn't linear. Sometimes you do have some stretches where you're not playing to your potential. And I asked him, I was just like, what are you doing? And he's like, man, I just needed to get a reset. I think that's what he needs, a reset, and come back and then just kind of hit the ground running again.
Daniel, I don't know if you've listened at all last couple weeks, but obviously I'm a big Tua guy, okay? Yep. And I'm still a big Tua guy, and he played like shit this year. He made some bad decisions, some bad throws. I'm not going to defend that shit, okay? I'm a Cater guy. I'm not going to defend his season. I'm not giving up on him whatsoever. And I'm not giving up on Mike McDaniel. But I'll tell you that Mike McDaniel is your main problem right now. He doesn't know how to run a game. He doesn't have awareness. Examples I'll give you, whether it's having Chubb out there with, a couple minutes left in a blowout and you lose him, or 2 weeks ago, Tyreek doesn't catch the ball, the point hits the floor, but the coaches has the red flag in his hand, but he's waiting for it, and these guys are lackadaisical about it, and it gave him plenty of time to throw the flag to review it, whereas a smart team, an alert team, a well-coached team is running to the line to make the next play, to not give the coach any time to think about it. Now, if he throws and stops you, great. But it shows that the team, they're constantly making mistakes, pre-snap penalties. Players are constantly dropping footballs. There's no repercussions from it, clearly. I could just go over a laundry list of mistakes that he's constantly making, a lack of awareness. And so now we have the Jordan Love thing now going on, correct?
I wouldn't say Jordan Love. I think Tua has shown, prior to.
Let me finish here on Jordan Love. Okay, so now we got the fans and some media members talking about Jordan Love. So yesterday, he goes 16 of 21 for 272 and 3 touchdowns. But do you know what the Packers also did, Daniel, that Miami doesn't? They ran the ball 33 times for 143 yards and 3 touchdowns. Miami ran the ball 18 times for 76 yards, and in many times, as you saw, in that one drive where Mostert gets 8, 3, 4, and 6 yards, you're on 31 and 4th and 1, and he gets cute with passes when, brother, just hand the ball off and keep the drive alive. So last week against the Bears, Jordan Love, 27 of 32, right? 316. They ran the ball 27 times for 124 yards in a win. They beat Minnesota. They 24 of 33, 256, 3 touchdowns. They ran the ball 39 times for 177 yards. They beat Carolina 33 to 30. 17 of 28, 219, 2 touchdowns. Good numbers for Jordan Love, but they ran the ball 34 times, 162 yards, and 2 touchdowns. They lost 4 weeks ago to Tampa Bay, 34 to 20. He threw the ball nearly 40 times, 29 of 39, 284, and 2 touchdowns. How do you think the running game did in that one? 17 for 60. They lost again to the Giants, 24 to 22. 24 of 39, 218, a touchdown, an interception, decent numbers, 25, 123, 1 touchdown. They weren't dominant on the ground. You understand? So and I could go through the numbers, and I could go through Tua's numbers where they don't run enough. They don't run the game enough. So we got to deal with this whole Jordan Love thing, and what people don't understand is that Matt LaFleur is actually doing what Mike McDaniel should be doing for Tua. He's got Tua playing like a gunslinger. In order to do that, you've got to have Dan Marino or Brett Favre. You've got to have a gunslinger in there. That's not who Tua is. And so for me right now, my real problem is Mike McDaniel either has to give up the play calling or has to have somebody else next in the sidelines who's managing the game while he calls plays. But he has a problem having the understanding of the periphery of the game and then the play calling. He cannot do both. And so yesterday, Tua, I know it's a long question. Yesterday, at his press conference, he completely trashed McDaniel without even knowing. He goes, well, sometimes we get the plays in late. We can line up at times. We can adjust the protections and all that. Do you think that puts the quarterback in an advantage? If the play is in late, he can't change the play because it's too late. He can't really adjust the coverages because it's too late, because there's only a couple seconds left on the clock. Too much shit goes on that is poorly managed by Mike McDaniel. Your thoughts?
All right. Well, I'll preface my comments with this, and I kind of want to respond with a question to you. McDaniel is not perfect. He's not infallible. Like he has room for a complaint. There's reason to point blame at him, and I think we also need to understand that he is still growing as a young head coach, as a young play caller. So with that being said, my question to you is on the play calling situation. There's no doubt that not every call is going to be perfect. I honestly, over the past 2 years, especially with covering McDaniel, I have grown less reluctant to directly criticize play calling when there is evidence that execution has not been to a T. So I think that with that, with play calling, it's easy to say in hindsight, he should have done this, he should have done that. I will say, yeah, when they got to 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, to call 2 straight pass plays, that did I was thinking like at least one time, but on that 4th down play when they ran the little pick to try to get Tyreek, I think that there was an opportunity to make a play. Now we can disagree on that, but I think
they covered that play. That play was well covered by Detroit, actually.
Oh no, he was free. No, I think Tyreek was free, but I mean it's a moot point at this point. On the bigger picture issue with play calling, my question is, who are you giving? Who are you relinquishing that role to, and are we confident that they are going to call a better game? Because if it's just because you want them to run more, then well, all right, then give it to Darrell Bevell, give it to Frank Smith, and tell them to run 40 times. I don't know that just giving it to somebody and then having McDaniel just be this guy that kind of twiddles his thumbs and calls when to challenge plays and when to go for 2. Like, I don't know if that's really I don't know if they're playing in the divisional round just because you make that change. I think that he does that. I mean, that is something that we're going to talk to him in a couple hours. That is something, again, that we're going to need to ask him, what do you do to make sure the operation is smoother? Because when they started playing these good teams, they kind of reverted back to that stuff that we saw in the past. Now, McDaniel, it's a separate thing, but it's also tied in with Tua, because I think that obviously McDaniel has done great things for Tua. He's built a scheme which accentuates Tua's talents, and which, I mean, we've seen the best version of, or to date, we've seen the best version of Tua. I mean, to lead the league in passing yards, to break records that we haven't seen touched since then. I mean, we got to give McDaniel a lot of credit for that. We got to give Tua a lot of credit for staying healthy and improving his game. I think that, and this is what I asked McDaniel in the post-game presser, is there a fundamental flaw with this offense, or is this something that just needs a minor tweak? Have we seen the ceiling? Honestly, and I kind of said this to people. This kind of reminds me of the Jared Goff, Sean McVay situation in Los Angeles, where you build a scheme and you bring in a scheme that brings the best out of a player, but then you're starting to question, have we maximized the skill set and the talent of this player? And I think that after we've seen Tua go through some of these late season struggles, like, that is the question. Have they maximized his talents? Now, I mean, obviously that's a 5th-year option coming up with the final year of his rookie deal. But we did see sometimes like those limitations and those questions that we've had, playing out of structure. When things break down, can you make things work? Like, my thing is, everything's not going to be perfect for you. Yes, you need a supporting cast, but there's going to be times where guys aren't in the right spot, or when the defense covers everything perfectly. And sometimes you have to work, out of your means, beyond your means, and make things shake. Now, I'm not asking Tua to be somebody that he's not, but I have to acknowledge that.
Whoa. But McDaniel's asking him to be something he's not.
How so? How so?
My brother, do you watch the passing chart? We've got the toughest passing chart in the NFL. You know that, right? Nobody throws deeper, more deep balls, tougher passes than the Miami Dolphins.
I mean, I think we definitely saw adjustments this year where they started, it used to be just spam in the middle of the field, and teams obviously were adjusting to that. So we started to see them hit the flats, hit the screens, but then teams adjusted to that. So there is that give and take. I mean, they threw a ton of screen passes in Kansas City.
No, but it's short passes and slants and all that kind of. They don't do enough of that. They don't use everybody else on the offense, dude. They force the ball to Tyreek and Waddle is what they do. And how many times? Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
How many times did you see this year they're throwing a Tyreek and Waddle, and it's in between 2 and 3 guys.
Well, it's funny because I just spoke to River about that and was asking, like, are the game plan sound, or like you're going into the games with like a solid plan? And obviously, River has been with McDaniel in San Francisco. He's going to bat by him, and he said it's tough because like when you have a guy like Tyreek, I mean, like just naturally, like the game plan is going to be to get him the ball, and for good reason. Because I mean, who else are you going to throw it to? Obviously, Jalen Waddle is talented. Achane is talented. Most of it is talented, but like obviously, you're going to throw the ball to Tyreek. I think that there are times where they can kind of spread the wealth a little bit, but also I think that might be a personnel thing. I think that they might need to bring a third pass catcher. They're trying to make Achane that at some points. It might be a personnel thing. So that's the question. Like, how much of this is personnel? How much is his actual scheme? Because if it's personnel, all right, we can move some cap around, make some cap room, and maybe bring in a guy. But if it's scheme and it's something that, all right, like we need to I think they do need to develop the scheme a little bit more. I think that they need to get a little more of a power run game, because like I know that they want to get it to the outside.
Look, they need to add the short passing game, Daniel. They will get the playmaking tight end this year. I guarantee you that. They tried to get Waller 2 years ago. They wanted Laporta in the draft. They will get a tight end this year. They've been trying the last 2 years. This offense is built for a tight end, a playmaking one that will alleviate some of the pressure off of Tua and give them another option. But the thing that I don't like about this offense, and hindsight is 2020. Now you realize the 2,000-yard stuff is silliness. Why? You overwork Tyreek.
The funny thing is, in terms of snap counts percentage, he played at the lowest snap percentage of his career. I mean, he was only playing 60 to 65% of the snaps when most wide receivers are playing like every down. But in terms of like the actual workload when he was on the field, they were trying to maximize his talents when he was on the field.
But that's my point. You're still throwing the ball to him too much. It's still the act of going through the motion of playing the game. And so the chasing of 2,000 yards broke him down. The chasing of 2,000 yards, he clearly cannot concentrate because he drops too many big passes. He doesn't just drop passes. He and Waddle have a special skill that they drop the most important passes of every game, pretty much. Touchdowns, third downs, move the chains. It's amazing to me. I mean, Waddle came back this
year. But is that a McDaniel? Is that McDaniel's fault?
That's McDaniel.
I don't know. I think at some point we got to put responsibility on the players.
Hold on a second. Pre-snap penalties. That's all McDaniel.
That's different.
That's all McDaniel. All these mistakes that are constantly being made. As you heard on Hard Knocks from Tyreek, if you make a mistake, fuck it. I mean, if you make a mistake, I would love to hear that around Shula or Spo or Riley or somebody like. If you make a mistake, fuck it. There seems to be a very lackadaisical approach to making mistakes there. Like everything's forgivable. And that's, I think, the problem on that team. That's why there's mistakes everywhere, from drop passes to pre-snap penalties to the worst timing to come up with like this Christian Wilkins one, just the shit that happens constantly on this team. And it's every single week. It's an undisciplined team under Mike McDaniel. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's a fair point.
Calling, it's an undisciplined team. Yeah. They make a lot of mistakes. They shoot themselves in the foot all the time. They got to play cleaner football, dude.
No, that's a fair point, because when Flo was here, they were the most disciplined team. They led the league in fewest penalties.
Because they didn't want to run the ball.
But my thing is, are we saying we got a Cam McDaniel, or
No.
I think we can have a little bit of balance. We can have a little balance. I think that everyone would say that they underachieved. 2 years without a playoff win. I think we'd all say that they underachieved.
I'll give you a break last year. Because you were with Skyler. This year I can't give you a break because you again were unprepared. But I will tell you this: we have reached the fork in the road with Mike McDaniel.
I would say the honeymoon. I think the honeymoon phase is definitely over. I would say
it's over. And if it's the same year next year, he's fired. He's fired. If it's the same shit that you keep making mistakes, people are dropping passes. You can't line up right. You can't get plays in on time. You can't win a challenge. You are unprepared for certain things. If this shit happens at the end of the year, it will be his last year. I guarantee you that.
Well, again, I don't want to go on absolutes because I think everything deserves nuance, and especially I know we're mainly talking about the offensive side of the ball, but like when you look at this team, I think we do have to acknowledge that 6 defensive guys out for the first round playoff game, like that schematically changed what they were able to do. But the offense, I think that is what is most concerning right now. The fact that in the biggest game of the year, you're only missing 2 defensive stars. I know everybody's banged up, so like I don't like they had the guys, they had their core guys besides pretty much Connor Williams to only score 7 points. That was disappointing. Now the question is again. I think McDaniel does deserve some responsibility and some blame, but I don't think it's all on him. And I think that as we go into this offseason, that's the question. Is it personnel? Is it scheme? Is it Tua? Is it whatever the case may be? I think it's a little bit of everything, but the question that they need to figure out is, what is the easiest thing to change that can result in tangible growth? Because McDaniel, I mean, like just giving up the play calling, I don't know if that's gonna fix everything and make them a Super Bowl team.
What do you see? What do you think they must fix? What's your solution?
I think that there was tangible growth and adjustments from McDaniel, maybe not in all of the biggest moments, but I did see some changes in overall scheme, in-game adjustments, evolution over the course of the year. And that's the one thing that River said that stood out to me the most. He was just like, for us, it was, over the course of the year, making enough changes. He was like, it's just something about those good teams just had a beat on us. And again, I think we have to remember that this is a coach that just finished his second year calling plays. There's room for growth with him. What I would do, I think what I would do is based on what you realistically can do. And I think we have to acknowledge that their cap situation isn't all that great. I tend to think that you try to run it back, especially if you feel that Tua is the guy, you try to run it back. I think there definitely needs to be some personnel change. They got to bring in a third wide receiver because, first off, if your teams are making adjustments to take out Tyreek and Jalen, so you need a third guy to be a reliable pass catcher. And honestly, just to kind of spread the wealth, like you said, I think they need to bring in a third pass catcher. I think that they need to diversify the run game where like they're not spamming the outside runs, and when they actually want to run inside, they have the wherewithal to do that. That might result in, they need to upgrade the offensive line. I don't know what Connor Williams, we weren't able to talk to him in the locker room cleanout, but I don't know when he's going to be ready. You're going to need to bring in a legitimate center because I don't know if you can go in 2024 with Liam as your starting guy. They need to re-sign Rob Hunt if possible, and make sure that this is an offense that can beat you in a multitude of ways. Because when push came to shove, like when I looked at that playoff game, I was like, the only way that you're going to be able to come out of it is if you can run the ball 40. Like that was my thought. I was like, run the ball 35, 40 times, keep Tua out of these obvious passing situations, and get out of the coldest game in franchise history still alive. And it's like it seemed like that wasn't the game plan, but it seemed like they just couldn't do it. They didn't have it in them. Like they broke off some 8-yard runs, some 3-yard runs here, but they didn't really have it in them to run it 35 times a game. And whether that was McDaniel's hubris or ego or whatever, maybe just his lack of belief, they weren't able to get it done. So they got to diversify that offensive passing game and that offensive running game, and make sure that when they play like the good teams, like you can put 70 up against Denver, but when you're playing Kansas City, you can only put up 7. When you're playing Baltimore, you can only put up 19 or whatever it may be. Like, what does that mean? Like, yeah, you can score against the terrible teams, but if you can't put anything to show for against the better teams, like, where are you? I mean, like, I can't say this is an elite team. They're not an elite team. They're not a bad team, but they're kind of stuck in this kind of state of like, all right, they're cool, like they're fine. I think that's a terrible state to be in. At least if you're bad, you have means to get bad. You're picking at the top of the draft. If you're just kind of in this first round exit every year, like it's annoying. It's kind of hard to see where the room for growth is.
All right, we'll wrap it up with this. Plenty have gotten off the Tua bandwagon. Your thoughts? Is Tua the guy? Or you think he's not the guy and they need to move on?
This is the thing about it, and I alluded to this before. Tua is never going to be a quarterback that can run around, escape the pocket, scramble, drill, do all that stuff that you see Josh Allen.
Drew Brees, he's Tom Brady, bro. He's not going to move around. He's a statue. Yes.
Yeah. So my thing is, and it goes back to this question: has McDaniel, and do you believe that McDaniel has reached his ceiling with Tua in this scheme? That's the question. If so, you do have to have that tough conversation of like, is it worth a long-term deal? If not, you keep on pushing, you keep on moving forward, you potentially, get extended. Now, the question is, like, how do the Dolphins feel, and what is it going to take?
I'm asking you, bro. I'm asking you.
I
Is
say
Tua the guy or not?
the guy to lead them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Is he the franchise guy or not? Is Daniel Oyefusi staying Tua, or does he say the Dolphins have reached, as you're saying, they've reached his potential? They need to move on.
Oh,
no fence straddling on this show, bro. No fence straddling.
I would say that I think that there's still a high level they can reach with him. I think that I don't think he's going to be the guy to carry them on his own, but I think that you can build more. I think there's room for growth in this scheme, and you can build more around him in order to make things easier on him and allow him to be his best self. Like Tua shouldn't have thrown 40 times in that game. Like he shouldn't have been put in a situation where he has to throw 40 times in that game. No, I've seen teams reach the Super Bowl with less talented quarterbacks. But
Peyton Manning couldn't throw 10 fucking yards, bro, with Denver. He was the worst quarterback in the NFL history to win a Super Bowl. Peyton Manning, bro. Peyton Manning, the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. You can win with him. Yeah, you got to have a hell of a defense.
I mean, it's definitely got 6 guys out, so – but, I think there's room for growth for sure.
Okay. Follow him on Twitter at Daniel Oyefusi. Catch his work there at the Miami Herald. Daniel, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
For sure. Anytime.
You got it. All right. We move on from the NFL to the University of Miami. They have picked up Cameron Ward, the quarterback. He has chosen Miami and that NIL money over the NFL, which he's probably going to make more money with the NIL than he will in the NFL in his first year because he wasn't going to be a high pick, overall. So good move for him. And Jamie Vinnick works for Cougs. He's on the Cougars beat. He works for CougsFan.com, and you can follow him on Twitter at Jamie Vinnick 9. He's kind enough to join us. Jamie, we got no camera for you or what?
Yeah, my camera's busted right now. That happened this morning, so just trying to make it work on the fly.
Well, that's because you're up there with all that ice, bro, and so when the phones fall, it's not a good thing. All right, Jamie. So let's get to it, brother. They picked up what kind of a quarterback would you call Cam Ward? How good of a quarterback would you call the guy that Miami has for a year?
Yeah, so Cam, he's an interesting case in the fact that he's extremely talented, and then the key is getting him to unlock all that talent. He was good his 2 years at Washington State, but there was kind of a general feeling that he never quite reached the level of expectation when Washington State brought him in from Incarnate Word, and part of that was the offensive line was never great around him. He didn't have a great receiving core 2 years ago. It was good this past year. Then in turn, he didn't have a good running game this year. So I don't think he had a great supporting cast, but there was those moments where he had an opportunity to kind of show that, that he was ready for the NFL this year. And it always seemed to fall a little bit short. In his 2 years, he never had that kind of game-winning clutch drive to kind of, wow everyone. He never had the late game magic. So I think there's a lot of talent there, and I think you saw the talent on display. He would make some throws that are absolute clear-cut NFL throws, but then there were a lot of moments where it's like, okay, this guy still has a lot of work to do.
All right. By the way, from looking at his stats, his completion percentage started at 60.4, then it went to 65.1, 64.4, and this year 66.6. So obviously the kid takes care of the football, 3,700 yards, 25 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He is smart with the football is what it looks like.
Yes and no. I would say in terms of interceptions, yes, he doesn't throw a lot of picks. His decision-making, not last year, but 2 years ago, was an issue. It was a giant issue. He did not throw as many picks this year, and of those 7, at least 2 or 3 bounced off the hands of someone.
Okay.
The issue is that he fumbles the ball a lot. He lost, I think, 7 fumbles this year, and in fairness, a couple of those were blindside pressures. Ball gets, knocked out from behind. There's nothing he can do. There were other instances where he's holding the ball too loose, and he either tries to switch hands and he drops it. I mean, there was a play, I think it was against Arizona. He scrambles out to the right. He goes to throw the ball, and it just falls out of his hand. And Washington State was able to recover, but the ball security from an interception standpoint is good. That's not a huge concern.
Is he a small hands guy? Is he a small hands guy?
No, he's got size. He's got decently sized hands. It was just kind of. It was frankly baffling. No one could understand why he kept losing the ball. That was a concern though, because I think he fumbled 11 times and lost 7 of them. So the ball security again on the interception piece, that's not a huge issue. He doesn't throw a ton of picks, and again, some of the ones that he did throw weren't necessarily on him. The fumbles were something that grew very frustrating for a lot of Washington State fans because there were some drive killers in there where he just can't hold on to the ball.
And Jamie, Hurricane fans should know they're not getting a runner, right? They're getting a pocket passer. This guy really doesn't choose to run much.
No, he doesn't choose. He can run. He has escapability, but
right.
He's not going to tuck the ball and pick up 40 yards on the ground. Jake Dickert said he can escape. He's not, they don't have a lot of design runs. When Wazoo would want to run with their quarterback, they would bring in their backup quarterback. He would do kind of the running, but he's not a statue in the pocket. As I came in, I heard you guys talking about Tua, and you were comparing him. He's not that, but he's not Lamar Jackson. He's kind of in the middle ground of, you need him to get out of the pocket. He can do so, and he has some pretty good magic with his escapability. He can extend plays, but no, he's not a guy who's going to go off right end and pick up 50 yards with his legs. He can get out of trouble, but it's escapability. It's not speed.
Right. Okay, so that's cool. It's good to know he has good instincts in the pocket and can buy himself some time. That's important, but that's what I'm saying. He's not really necessarily a running quarterback. This is a guy that's more of a pure pocket passer. But did Miami make a good move here? Because, they desperately need a quarterback. And I'm thinking there was a competition. I'm thinking there's no competition anymore. Cam Ward is your starter. So you tell me, Jamie, what are you looking at?
I would think, if Miami's bringing him in, he's the guy. I don't think they would bring him in to compete for a job. I think they would say, hey, you're coming in, you're taking the job. And on the flip side, I don't think Cam would have taken the opportunity at Miami without a guarantee or without the knowledge that he's going to start. I think there's no doubt he's a talented quarterback, and there's no doubt that he can absolutely produce on the field. I think the ceiling for Miami with him at quarterback just depends on, can he unlock the next level of his game that, it always seemed was kind of missing at Washington State, that next level of, I'm going to completely turn a game on its head. I'm going to go out and win a game. And then the consistency level. I mean, he had games where if he played, Oregon State's a great example. He was absolutely fantastic. He plays like that the whole year. He's going to the NFL draft. Then he had games where it was a little brutal to watch. And again, there was some factors that didn't work in his favor. Washington State did not have a great offensive line this year, and they really did not have much of a running game. But I always say kind of the summary of Cam Ward's Washington State tenure was a game against Cal this year. The first 3.5 quarters, he fumbled 3 times, 2 went for touchdowns. He looked completely just kind of overwhelmed, and then suddenly they're down 42-24 with 6 minutes left, and he brings them back to have a chance to tie the game with a field goal that they subsequently missed. But that was Cam Ward in a nutshell, where it's not happening, and suddenly you're reminded of, oh yeah, this is what this guy can do, and he almost brings them back from a huge deficit. So I think it's what version of Cam Ward do you get on any given day, and then if you can get the really talented NFL prospect one game in and game out, you have a chance to be really, really good.
I like that. All right, we had a kid here a couple of years ago, De'Aaron King. And it wasn't it hasn't been a great situation here at the U for like 20 years. But one of the things he brought to the table was a lot of leadership, and he kind of leveled things off for the team. How is Cam Ward's leadership? How does he handle the locker room, and how do players either gravitate to him or those kind of things? You tell me.
It's interesting because he's not the really vocal, outspoken, kind of leader where he's kind of got the swagger and he's games on the line. We never really saw this just because the opportunities weren't so much presented, but he's not the guy who everyone's around in the huddle and he's yelling at him like this right now. This is our moment. That
He's
kind
not
of thing.
Baker Mayfield. He's not Baker Mayfield.
Right, exactly. He's not. At Washington State, we always compare quarterbacks to Gardner Minshew, just because he was kind of the top of the tier for leadership and for swagger, and he's not that. Now, I'm not in the locker room, so I can't speak to exactly what his leadership role is like, but it's not the prototypical quarterback where, again, he's really loud and really vocal. And the vocal leaders on this Washington State offense last year was one of the wide receivers who's graduated, and then one of the offensive linemen. So it's kind of an interesting case where, again, we didn't really see him. There was no 2-minute drill where let's see what happens. There wasn't a lot of those opportunities, but when there was, they didn't score. I mean, they had chances in games these last couple of years where, more so this year, I should say, where 2 minutes left, you need a touchdown drive. It didn't happen. So it's hard to say exactly what he would do in those moments because, there isn't a huge sample size, but he's not the I remember watching Derek King both at Miami and at Houston. I wouldn't say he's in that level of kind of rally around leadership. Guys gravitate to him. He's well liked he was well liked. Very popular guy on the team. Good kid, nice kid, all those things. He's just not as kind of intense and fiery and I don't want to say he's not passionate because he is passionate about the game, but his leadership style, it's different than what you would say as like you said, a Baker Mayfield or a Gardner Minshew.
Okay, I got you. And Gardner still has that swag, bro.
Yep.
He still has. I think that's what makes him survive in this league because we know he's not the most gifted quarterback in the NFL, but I think his toughness, his leadership, his swag, his confidence in his ability, even though he's not an elite quarterback, but he'll think of himself differently. And I think and people definitely gravitate to Minshew. It's a great example of a guy that, man, I think those intangibles is what's made Minshew what he is, dude. He's
Absolutely.
Right?
And we saw that at Washington State. Washington State's had more talented quarterbacks over the years, but I mean, 4 or 5 game-winning drives where he had the belief, and it got to the end of the season. I remember they played Cal late in the year. It was just this freezing cold, ugly, ugly football game with Minshew at quarterback. 13-13 with a minute and a half left, and Wazoo got the ball, and everyone in the stadium believed, oh, they're going to win this. Minshew's going to take him down the field, and that doesn't usually happen at Washington State. But and then lo and behold, he does exactly that, and they go and they win. It's just this ugly, ugly game. But they go ahead and they win it, and he gave him that belief early. He had an 89-yard touchdown against Utah. He threw a critical touchdown against Oregon. Led him again. I mean, every moment that he needed to step up and lead a game-winning drive, he did at Washington State, and it kind of lent to that belief. And as you said, no, he's not the most talented guy in the world, but he's made a career for himself because he believes he's the most talented guy in the world.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to have him as my backup QB on any NFL team. I think you would have one of the better backups, overall. And he's a guy that could actually start and keep you at least somewhat, afloat. Jamie Vinnick joining us, CougFan.com. He covers Cam Ward and covers Washington State. One more thing before I let you go. I might be wrong assuming this. I kind of led into the interview with it. I would imagine that Cam Ward did not get the NFL grade he was looking for and said, this NIL money is better. It buys me another year and I can build up my stock. It was more about maybe what he didn't get from the NFL, why he's back in the NCAA and with Miami, correct?
That would be my assumption. I don't have any concrete information on that, but I think when you see him, he declares for the draft, and then we were at a Wazoo's basketball game on Saturday against Arizona, and suddenly the tweet pops up, and I'm sitting with one of the other beat writers. We're like, well, what the heck? Like, no one expected that. No one had heard anything about that. So yeah, I think that's probably a pretty safe to believe that he did not get the grade he wanted, and said, it might be in my my best interest to come back. And, in the world we live in, he probably is getting more from Miami than he would have gotten as a 6th or 7th round pick.
Oh, dude, he's making $1 million easy.
Yep.
Easy.
Yep.
Million. And if he comes in and shows anything, there'll be a couple more that'll climb on board for the rest of the season. He'll make a couple of extra $100,000, overall. So yeah, he did what's best for himself and his family, and we can never, ever, ever deny that for anybody in any walk of life. So
absolutely.
Hey, you got to do what's best for you and your family. Hey, Jamie, thank you for taking some time and talking a little Cam Ward with us, man. I appreciate it. I'm old enough to remember, what is it? Was it Tim Rosenbaum or whatever with Dennis Erickson, right? Was it back then or something like that?
No, that predates me even. That's a few years before I was around.
Bledsoe, I still remember, not Bledsoe, Ryan Leaf, that snow game that Ryan Leaf played there. I still remember that game.
Yeah, Leaf was the quarterback about a year after I was born. Bledsoe was before me too. I remember Bledsoe in the NFL, but that was the Bledsoe and Rosenbaum days. Those were a few years before me.
7. I remember all of them, bro. I'm sorry. All of them. Anyway, Jamie, thank you, man. I appreciate it big time. Have a great
anytime.
You got it. Thank you, sir. Jamie Vinnick, Cougs beat writer for the CougFan.com. Figured if we get Cam Ward, let's find out from somebody that covers Cam Ward on an everyday basis for you fans out there. All right. What else? Do we have any super chats that came in? Did I miss any there, Sean? Just to make sure. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. We do have Venmo. Hateful Steve. I was listening to Omar the other day when people kept saying McDaniel's giving Tua bad plays. Omar went off on people to stop saying that because Omar says he knows Tua is heavily involved in play calling and can also change plays. He's wrong. That's all I can tell you. He's wrong. Okay? He's wrong. Not the first time I've told you he's wrong. He's wrong. Love him, but he's wrong on that one. Peter German. Big O, not sure how hard it is to defend the Dolphins. There's nothing to defend. There has not been a major adjustment made, play calling in the McDaniel area. I agree with that. I don't believe there's adjustments. Also, when Flo was coached, they used Waddle for 100 receptions on really short passes over the middle. Why McDaniel did not? Because he's not a good coach. That's all. It's simple. Say it with me. McDaniel is a great play designer. He is not a good head coach. So he's far from it. He has so much to work on. By the way, KSDT CPAs, proud sponsor of our show. We love the people at KSDT CPAs. Offices in Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County, and in North Carolina. All right. So check it out if you need a job. They're hiring in all 4 of the areas. And if you need guidance right now, tax season's just a couple of months away. Use that QR code for your personal taxes. Support the great people that support us. And for your business, for business taxes, you need guidance all throughout the year. So help for future planning, payroll, whatever it is, they can help you. They know what's going on with the market. They have a forecast for it, so they can help you with your business. If you're looking to sell it, they can tell you what the value is. KSDT CPAs, top 200 firm by Forbes, 305-670-3370. All right, let's get to our 3A Graphics sports calendar. Alan Blanco and the great people there at 3A Graphics, 786-618-1443. Heat defeat the Hornets, 104-87 last night. They improved to 23-18. They're back on action tonight at 7:30 in Brooklyn. 1 o'clock, the game's 20 minutes in. Do we have a score right now with the Panthers? Let's see. Let me see if I can give you a score right now. We've got 0-0 against the Ducks in the first quarter, right? No, first period. What's wrong with me? Steelers and Bills today at 4:30. At 8:15, Eagles and Bucks. Yesterday, number 24, FAU defeated UAB 86-63. John L. Davis is a badass, 30 points. They've got Wichita State on Thursday. Texans defeat the Browns 45-14. Packers over the choking Cowboys 48-32. And the Lions, baby, they defeat the Rams 24-23. Puka Nakua, 9 for 181. That guy's amazing, dude. Happy for Lions fans. Really happy for Lions fans. That's your 3A Graphics sports calendar column for custom printing and embroidery. You will be impressed. I promise you that. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. Reginald Stambaugh. Thank you, sir, for the love on Venmo. He just put their show. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you big time. Thank you for the love. Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. All right. I like it. Thank you. Always appreciate it. I think we're fine with the super chats. Nothing in new. Let's see. Big O, what third pass catcher will be best? Tight end. That's the third. Stop thinking receiver. Tight end. See, again, and this is the problem, I think, with the general media, and then they influence the fans, the fanatics, and then they don't listen and they don't pay attention, and it's kind of like what we're telling you on this show. I told you they went after Waller the first year, and we're the only ones that told you that they went after Laporta. Okay? That's who they wanted. Unfortunately, they could not get Laporta. Either trade up or fall to their pick, and then they took Cam Smith instead. Panthers have scored. The goal by Sam Bennett, the 9th on the year. Okay? Anyway, Panthers are amazing, dude. Panthers are amazing. So a lot of people are thinking, let's go get a third receiver. They're not going to get a third receiver. What they're going to do is get the tight end that they've been chasing for 2 years. That's the missing ingredient in this offense outside of McDaniel learning how to call an offense. Okay? So that's the missing ingredient right now. So your third pass catcher will be the tight end. And then let's enlighten you even more. When you have those two receivers and the playmaking tight end, the third receiver can be anybody. Any of the guys you have on there right now. Because the attention those two guys are going to get and the playmaking tight end, not a Durham Smythe, a playmaking tight end, everybody else is going to get single covered, and they're probably going to be covered by the slowest linebacker on the team. Okay? So this is why, or, the fourth DB, you should easily beat him. Okay? Cedric Wilson could easily beat the fourth DB or linebacker, and so can Braxton Berrios or whatever. This is what's going to happen. So it's kind of a domino effect. So stop thinking, because a lot of people are talking wide receiver. I keep telling you tight end, right? Don't I keep telling you? I mean, I've been telling you for the last couple of weeks, they will get their tight end. They will get their tight end. They know that that's the missing thing to help balance everything that they want to do. And then you'll see a tight end being heavily involved in an offense. Okay? Tight end is the guy. So look at all the guys coming out of the draft. Look for anybody in free agency or a disgruntled player that might be available via trade. Maybe they can get Waller back from the Giants, right? Since it's not necessarily a sexy place to be. So, but they're going to get a playmaking tight end. I promise you that. That'll happen this offseason. They have all their picks. They'll find a way to get it done. Okay? McDaniel doesn't use the tight ends because he doesn't have a tight end. Durham Smythe can only do so much. Durham Smythe is a number 2. Everybody knows it. If you haven't figured that out, then you're a little slow. So here we go. Tua deserves to be signed. Sorry, but he has shown great improvement for this program. The Dolphins are better 2 years to the playoffs. Gesicki was a big playmaking tight end, and McDaniel let him go. Yeah, but he didn't block. So they're going to get a guy that can block and run. That's the whole stupid thing with him. That's why McDaniel is not a good coach. Because if you have Gesicki, you find a way to use him. Even if he doesn't fit for that year, you adjust and find a way to get him out on the field and make life easier for your quarterback. Instead of throwing to midget receivers for fades, you throw it to Gesicki. But what the hell do I know? So that's where McDaniel leaves a lot to be desired as a play caller. You know? Unfortunately. I like him personally, but he better figure that shit out this year and with a quickness. Okay? Better figure it out. All right, let's get to birthdays today. All right? Obviously, today is Martin Luther King. Today he was born in 1929. We lost him in 1968. So he is the number one that we talk about celebrating birthdays today. Pitbull is 42 years old. Let's see who else. Skrillex. I only know Skrillex because of my daughter. DJ, 35. Although I will say, Bill, rest in peace. Bill was also, he kind of liked the EDM stuff, so he and my daughter could talk about Skrillex. Not me, unfortunately. Not much of an EDM guy. Okay, I need your approval here, Sean. Kelly, the wrestler, is 36. I got a 2 thumbs up. She's kind of pretty, by the way. She's got amazing eyes, dude. Wow, green eyes. You never see green eyes. Regina King is 52. Drew Brees, on a day that they hate Tua, Drew Brees is 42. Deebo Samuel is 27. Chloe Kelly, soccer player, is 25. Chad Lowe, TV actor, is 55. Ronnie Van Zant. Rest in peace, Ronnie. Ham, dude. Born in 1948, of course, the lead singer of one of the greatest rock bands of all time, Leonard Skinner. Don't care what your opinion is. I'm telling you, Leonard Skinner is one of the greatest rock bands, not Southern rock. We know they are the godfathers of Southern rock. It's them, and everybody else can fight for second. Ain't nobody challenging Leonard Skinner in Southern rock, but Leonard Skinner deserves to be right up there with The Who and Led Zeppelin and Rolling Stones and AC/DC and Black Sabbath and all the great bands that you could talk about in rock history. Leonard Skinner belongs right up there with all of them. Okay? I don't care what anybody tells me. Leonard Skinner is freaking phenomenal. Never take that away from them. Music history. January 15th, on this date in 1967, when appearing on the Ed Sullivan Show, the Rolling Stones were forced to change the lyrics of "Let's Spend the Night Together" to "Let's Spend Some Time Together" because producers objected to the original lyrics, tight asses. Mick Jagger could be seen rolling his eyes at the camera when he sung the new lyrics, causing Sullivan to announce that the band would be banned from performing on his show again. Well, that's what happened with The Doors. But then they came back because "Come On Baby, Light My Fire." They wanted them to change that to "Come On Baby." I forgot what it was. It was something corny also. And so then Jim Morrison was having none of that. He didn't tell him anything. But then if you watch the appearance, which, by the way, is one of the great videos of all time, because it's the Doors and then there is just doors behind them. It's actually a really cool scene. And then when he's looking at the camera, "Come on, baby, light my fire." And he just like, He emphasized it just to piss off the people on the Ed Sullivan tight-ass show. But then again, it was, well, although we got tight asses nowadays. In 1965, The Who on this date released their first single, I Can't Explain. The then Sessions musician Jimmy Page played guitar on the track. Did you know that? That Jimmy Page played guitar on I Can't Explain? Did not know that. In 72, Don McLean's My Bye Miss American Pie started a 4-week run at number 1 on the singles charts, and Led Zeppelin's Black Dog debuted on the same chart, but it would only peak at number 15. Hey, hey, Mama. In 77, the Eagles went to number 1 on the album charts with Hotel California, the group's 3rd number 1 album. In 92, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inducted legends Jimi Hendrix, the Yardbirds, Johnny Cash, Sam and Dave, the Isley Brothers, Bobby Blue Bland, Booker T and the MGs, and producer Bill Graham. In 2001, the Brit Awards Committee announced that U2 would receive an Outstanding Contribution to Music Awards at the ceremony in London, despite the fact that the band actually came from Ireland, not Britain. In 2018, the lead singer of the Cranberries, Dolores O'Riordan, died unexpectedly at the age of 46. O'Riordan died of an accidental drowning in a bathtub due to sedation by alcohol intoxication while in London for a recording session. What a talent. What a talent. Bless you, Dolores. Thank you for what you left us, because I still listen to the Cranberries to this day. And Zombie is just one of the great songs of all time, period. Super talent, man. Super talent. Leonard Skinner was one of the best bands of all time. Agree. They created what we know as country music of today. They're so underrated. They don't get mentioned in the same sentence with the other all-time greats. And to me, I find that to be disrespectful as hell. Because if you listen to their catalog, they've got so many great songs, dude. So many great songs. But then again, I am a Southern rock nerd. So I love my Southern rock. I'm a Molly Hatchet guy or Blackberry Smoke nowadays, so I love me some Southern rock, So I'm a guy that'll be jamming Blackfoot with no problem whatsoever. Dolphin Dumpy says, can't agree with you more, Big O. Leonard Skinner and Nickelback are number 1 and number 2 for me. Nickelback gets trashed way too much. Mr. Majestic, they're all dead. This is a tribute band. I'm not talking about a concert, bro. I'm talking about the band itself. Relax. We know that they're all dead now, sir. Okay? We all know. And Artemis Pyle tours by himself. It may be tough to beat Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes with Sweater Boy and Bubble Boy. Well, if you actually can coach it up, and maybe if you're a little healthier, I think you can. I don't think that's an issue. By the way, Marino had the same issues. They couldn't get past the Bills. And why? Because he didn't have the team. It doesn't matter how talented you are. If you don't have the people around you, you're going to run into walls. I love how they phrase it like it's all Tua. Didn't you just hear the Washington State guy talk about how he had bad receivers a couple of years ago, didn't have a running game this year? Shit happens, dude. And you're not going to have everything you need, and you're not going to be able to overcome it all. That's just the way it is. Other teams destroy our offense by injuring the ankles of our speedy players. Yeah, well, maybe let's not overuse our speedy players. I like the Outlaws. I'm an Outlaws fan. Ghost Riders in the Sky. I'm with you. I like the Outlaws. Georgia Satellites. They're all right. That's fun music. I like a little bit more of an edge to my Southern rock. But yeah, the Georgia Satellites are fun. Interested in your thoughts on Skinnerd and CCR. Well, I don't know if I consider CCR Southern rock. It's got Southern influence to it, right? But I don't know if I would consider it Southern rock, but man, it is phenomenal rock. Phenomenal rock. Okay, CCR is just awesome. Awesome. Artemis Pyle was a neighbor for a while, says Pat in Asheville. He was the one who walked out of the plane crash. Yep. Yeah, he's still touring too, man. So, Big O, is Brock Bowers a good pick? I don't know yet, bro. I got to look into more stuff. I haven't really looked deeply into the draft, to be completely honest with you. Bitcoin rebounding, I'm not surprised. It'll rebound more later on as the week goes on. We're Martin Luther King Day today, so I don't expect a ton of movement. But yeah, we're at 43,167. That's nice. That's nice. I'm not worried about it. I wasn't worried at 16,000. You think I'm going to be worried at 43,000? I am not worried at all. I am buying. I haven't stopped buying. Okay. This was a blessing. I loaded up on Kryptonite like crazy, getting it in the 8-9 cents area now. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. And when Kryptonite bounces, boom. Neutron didn't go low enough for me to lower my average. Pendle didn't go lower enough for me to lower my average. Most coins have not gone low. There's a dip for newbies, for people like us that have been in and out, like Brooklyn Rob, like Lisa, Crypto Noob, these kind of folks that have been in it a while. They probably bought way lower lows, but this low is good for the newbies. Definitely. If you're recently getting in the last couple of months, this is a nice little dip for you right now to take advantage of whatever you can lower, because that's what you want to do. Not a financial advisor. Just got to figure out your average of all your investments. Okay, my average is $1.42 for this. My average is 17 cents here. My average here is $242 or whatever, the coin is going for. Okay, so now you see a dip. Did it go under 242? Did it go under $1.37? Did it go under 17 cents? Okay, it did. Okay, now is when I want to buy, because I can lower my average. And that's what you want to do. Okay. Now, in Bitcoin sense, even if you bought it at 20 or 25 or 40, I wouldn't stop buying. I wouldn't stop buying Bitcoin until the real parabolic move happens. And it's going to happen in the next couple of months here, that it's going to just shoot up $10,000. And then that's it. You're done, because every day it's going to go up thousands. It's just going to go crazy. And so then now you don't want to buy at that point, because then it just comes crazy. But right now, you want to keep loading up on, I've been telling you Ethereum. You want to keep loading up on Ethereum, because that's the next ETF, and they're going to buy a bunch of Ethereum. So there you go. Who honestly thinks the Dolphins can be a better team as to this year? Easily. They could easily be. All they got to do is get healthier. Not worried either. This is all just small picture. Bitcoin will see all-time new highs soon. Amen. Steven says, Big O, I still believe that Tua can overcome his bad mistakes just like other QBs in the league overcome theirs, but I don't think the Dolphins should give him a contract. I don't have a problem with that. They probably will, but I would hold off and make him play on the fifth-year option and say, yeah, you got to clean this shit up. So, yeah. Big O, good afternoon. Super V says, do you think McDaniel will finally implement a short passing game next season and stop being the play caller? I think someone else who's qualified can be in the booth to see the field. Question is, if you say qualified, who do you bring in? And then Frank Smith will get pissed, because he's the guy that really should be getting the job. Now, can he do it? I don't know. I know this. So far, McDaniel can't do it. That I know. I know that. McDaniel cannot handle the business of doing this every day. He can't. By the way, super cool by the Miami Heat. I mean, are we surprised that the Heat do shit first class? No, of course not. But to tell Wade, besides honoring the Hall of Fame, all of that. But besides that they're going to build an 8-foot statue outside the Kaseya Center, which, I mean, that should be automatic. You know what I mean? Can I add something? If anybody in the Heat organization is watching, Pat Riley, obviously Mickey Harrison, it can't happen without you, sir. Can you guys do me and the Heat Nation a favor, please? Please? I beg of you. Build a Heat Hall of Fame. At the arena. Either do it like the Pacers, where it's on both floors and you have stuff all against the walls, right? Moments, pictures, jerseys, basketballs. You probably got all kinds of paraphernalia that you got from over the years. And have people educated on everything, from the first win with Rory Sparrow to the first draft pick to the first playoff win to the first championship to everything. If you have the net from one of the championships, put it up on one of those plaques and an explanation, all that, and people will flock. Now, if you do it inside the arena, it's great for game days, right? But if you build something just outside on the plaza, like a small building, you can actually charge membership. You can actually charge, admission. And I think it is time, because of the rich history and all the players that have played here and all the great moments that we've had. The Hall of Fame is a good place that even those Zoe and Timmy teams that they didn't win a championship, but man, there's a lot of great memories in those. There's a lot of great paraphernalia that they probably have from all of that stuff. I think the Heat has the kind of history that they can create a Hall of Fame. That's just me. I think it would be the coolest thing. If you've ever been to the Indiana Pacers arena, then you know what I'm talking about. The Indiana Pacers did something really cool, right? And it's not just Pacers history, it's NBA history, ABA history, and it's in both floors. And it's really cool. You just walk around and see all of that. We pushed Ira to Wednesday, okay? And I'm gonna bring that up to him because he knows, because he goes to the Pacers. But I think a Heat Hall of Fame would be so freaking cool. The banners that you hang from the arena, right? You can have replica banners inside so people can check them out and all that kind of stuff, have some fun, retired jerseys, all that kind of stuff. You can have stories. You can create videos with the people that have their jerseys retired and stuff like that. There's a lot of things you can do. Michael McCullough, you can create NFTs there so that he can sell NFTs. Pick up your NFT at the Heat Hall of Fame office. Hey, we retired Wade's jersey, Tim's, Zoe's. There's 100 exclusive NFTs at the Hall of Fame store. Boom. Michael, give me a ring, bro. We'll help you out. Give you a couple of ideas. I'm just saying, a Heat Hall of Fame would be ass-kicking. It would be awesome. Let's see. What else do we have? Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. Tony Segales sending me some Bitcoin. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate you big time, my brother. That's my favorite kind of donation. And on a dip, too. That is strong, my brother. Thank you, Tony. Very nice of you. He says, for the best sports talk show in South Florida, thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Very nice. And you can make a Bitcoin donation at Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show, Cash App or Venmo. Or you can make any kind of donation and send your questions and comments and all kinds of stuff there. So I appreciate it all out there. Thank you. Super V says, Big O, this is why I've been listening to you all these years, because you seem to come up with suggestions that are awesome and rational about people and situations that make a lot of sense. Well, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's very nice of you. Ray says, Big O, what do you think of the Dolphins physically? I see this as an issue. How can we improve this more? More huge O linemen, just better luck, bro. Our linemen didn't do bad this year. We were deeper than we've ever been. I mean, I had to block a guy that thought the left tackle was an issue, which, yeah, it was last year. When Teron was out, we had nobody to play for him, but this year it wasn't a problem. So just luck for once. We have the worst luck in the world, dude. It's been like that for, I gave you examples earlier, but it's been like that for 30 plus years, 40 years. If we don't have people driving into gas stations and killing themselves, then we trade for a guy and he blows out his knee. It's like, what the hell do we do? Jalen Phillips, Chubb this year. Like, what do we do, bro? Teron Armstead's just minding his own business, and there goes a guy rolling up on the back of his. You know what we need? We need some of you to go to Hialeah and go find una viejita to do a little santeria. That's what we need. All I think about when I say that, I think of Neil Rogers. How much is that doggy in the window? The one with the barbecue tail. So many of you have no freaking clue what I just did. Out of 289, I lost 287 of you probably. Only 2 of you might know that bit from the Neil Rogers show, okay? Only 2 of you might know that bit. Oh, man. Anyway, the name of the game is to win the Super Bowl, not pad your stats. That's right. With limited Tua, we would still lose in the playoffs. Well, Mike, dude, you have your answer. It's pretty simple. You don't need to watch the Dolphins ever again. Wait till they get rid of Tua or he retires, and then you can go back to watch the Dolphins. You already know what's going to happen, right? So why are you commenting? Why are you watching? Why are you reading up on the Dolphins? Why are you following the Dolphins? It's over for you, dude. Give up already. Go get a life and go spend your money somewhere else and, go follow another team. That's all. Big O is 2 of the best QB since Marino. I don't see why we move on. There's no reason to move on from him. I'm not saying that you should move on from him or Mike McDaniel. Now, with Mike McDaniel, you do need to crack the whip with him. And it better work, because if not, you will fire him at the end of next season. That I can guarantee you. So he better get his stuff straightened out. Let's see. McDaniel is calling the plays, but if Tua doesn't execute the play or hit his receivers instead of overthrowing or throwing behind them, then what can you do? Quarterback is the main guy to execute. So what happens when the receivers are constantly dropping the football is that the quarterback puts on his hands right away. What do you do about that, DB? What do you do about all the touchdowns and big plays that Waddle and Tyreek also drop? I'd like to hear an answer on that one, because they actually drop more passes, Waddle and Tyreek, than Tua misses. So I'm not sure, but, you tell me, what do we do when Tyreek is constantly dropping touchdowns? Waddle constantly dropping touchdowns. Tyreek and Waddle constantly dropping big plays to keep drives alive. What do we do? You want to get rid of Tua? You want to get rid of Tyreek and Waddle also? Let me hear a credible answer, because I hear a stupid comment. I want to hear a credible answer now, following a stupid comment. Could this be number 2 of the day?
Should have been number 3. But I got game. New Jersey got lucky. So what's the excuse? What do we do with Waddle and Tyreek? They're constantly dropping touchdowns. Waddle alone lost the game last year all by himself. What do we do? What is it? What's the explanation? I'm not seeing anything, DB 5577. What do we do, bro? What do you do last week? Do you cut Chase Claypool and Tyreek? Because they dropped 2 touchdowns. Just wondering. Because we beat KC if Tyreek holds on to the football. Had nothing to do with Tua. So what happens? Where's the explanation? Any explanation? 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Let's go. Let's go, DB. What's the explanation? What do we do? Because Tua throws a lot of good passes that get dropped and they screw it all up. So what do we do? Am I seeing an answer? Is there anything? I don't see an answer. Anything? Do we got it? The countdown's going on. 19, let's go. 17, let's go. Give him the countdown. Let's go. Give him the countdown. There we go. 15. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Countdown. Join in on the countdown. Where's the countdown? DB, here we go. He's the main guy. He's got to make things. He just made it happen. He made it happen. Okay. You know what to do there, Sean. DB 5577. You can get rid of his ass. Gone. We don't tolerate stupidity, my brother. Okay? So you'll have to open up another email if you want. And if you say something stupid, we'll block you again. Like there's one guy there that we blocked like 8 times already. He's already opened like 8 different emails. I think he got tired of opening up emails or he got tired of saying stupid shit. One of the two. So anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. Remember, Wednesday, we're at Top Gun. Okay? So join us over at Top Gun Indoor Range. We're going to be there on the 31st for the shooting contest. Everybody that participates in the shooting contest, I will give you a Big O shirt. But we will have prizes and giveaways. Okay? So the winner, and again, if there's a trophy company out there that wants to partner with me here, I'd like to create a shooting trophy. That would be actually cool to give away a shooting trophy. And that way, maybe we can inspire people and have some fun with it. And we do it like every quarter or something. We have a shooting contest. 786-754-4664. If there's a trophy company out there that wants to reach out to me, I would love to do some trophy, plaque, whatever. 786-754-4664. That'll be cool. And we can show off the winner on social media and all that kind of stuff. So make sure you get bring your gun out to Top Gun Indoor Range, January 31st, Wednesday, 7:00. That's when we're going to have the shooting contest and have some fun. All right. So appreciate all of you out there. Sean Stanley, sir, you are a stud. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. Hit the notification bell. Appreciate all of you. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, we thank Daniel Yafusi and Jamie Vinnick also for joining us. See you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel.